Let's continue from where we left off.
God of energy, Inti, Pachaka Max!
Wait, the Ferris wheel?
I wish you luck with the investigation. I'm rooting for you.
Wait,
I
the
thought it would be
Ferris
easier
wheel?
to talk to you this way.
The Bats 490 code. I solved it.
The ultimate dream that humanity has been yearning for thousands of years. It will soon become a reality.
Oh, my Tamaguchi. What kind of dream did you have last night? Dream of getting killed? What? Staying at hospital, chased, getting arrested? What? These are all horrible. Getting chased. Being chased by Amazons in a dense forest. That's sexy. What? Alright. I'm not close to done asking the questions. I'm curious what everyone else answers. I'll go to journey to the other world line. I'll be going. He left. Am I gonna get a new one? That's it. IE went off on a journey after becoming an respectable adult. Depending on how you raise them, you might be able to meet new eyeballies. You can view eyeballies that you've raised in your picture book. A new one. I can become an adult. What weather do you like? Rainy. So what if we look in the book here now? Wait, what was the first one we had? Was it a Mitsuki? I think it was a Mitsuki I had. Love the brave. So what we need anything but brave, basically. Okay. Despises his poor comedian dad. Likes being alone and doesn't have too many friends. He heads home right away after school to make robots in his room. The same grade as Mitsuki. Dislikes old-fashioned, dirty jobs. Dislikes comedians. Oh. He doesn't like us. Likes a certain girl from his school. Well, sure do you wonder who that could be. Why is this picture so small? Dislikes death. Oh. Oh, he's a scientist. That's what this is called, right? He has age. It was raised 6 years ago. His ex-wife and daughter now live in Italy. Likes percentage. Likes deoxyribonucleic acid. What the fuck is that? Sync. Similar version of sinking from the AI ball, strong magnetic wave shut out to the sink subject. Never really numbs the subject's brain, puts them in. We already read this, didn't we? We charged the crowd before. Yeah, we read this yesterday. Gyro. What Sean was referring to is a gyro sensor. Gyro sensor utilizes the properties of rotating objects to avoid falling over. Nice. Yeah, it's that scientist guy. He was about to enter his SOMNIUM.
Excuse me.
What?
Could you go buy some soy sauce for me?
thought I just heard something.
Ah, you mean the cleaning lady.
Oh, it's just the cleaning lady.
What?
Wait, what?
What is she doing in the locker? And what does she want soy sauce for? Monka S. Boss. Boss. What's Mr. Date?
Who knows? He went off somewhere right after you left.
He's probably playing the nipple guessing game at some cabaret
What?
club in Nakamaguro right about now. He's on vacation, so I'm sure he's taking a load off while he can.
No, he's taking a load off, alright.
Oh god. The nipple game is a game in which a man asks a woman to guess where their nipple is while their shirt is on. Even if it's a guy asking a girl to do it's kind of problematic. What a nice time to read. What a nice time to read. Talking about the nipple game. Hey, appreciate the boxy. Appreciate it, my good sir. How did the box snacking go? Stroppy.
Ryuki, I'll let you be my chair once this case is solved.
What the
No,
fuck?
I'm okay.
Stroppy. See, he's already been brainwashed by all the box snacks. Yeah, sounds like you're liking it. People fuck. Too many box snacks. Too many bongers. AYAYA. Any progress in the investigation?
There hasn't been any progress yet. The people over at HQ are totally incompetent. They must have had stuff with fermented beans or something.
What? About Chikana?
I gave Chikara the usual medicine to put him to sleep.
Are you sure that's okay?
What do you mean?
I mean, maybe there are legality issues.
Oh, don't worry about that. The higher-ups will take care of it for me.
Allergic. What? No! Allergic to all the box snacks? Oh. Might be a problem. I'm gonna use you for the story. Chapter spread, stick with chapter, you can jump to it. Didn't do the quest. I did all the quests unless it's from the expansion. Oh, he does. I don't remember that. It's been 3 years. I don't remember it. Is that in like the beginning? Ah, yeah, there's a nice little recap. During the party? I don't remember that. I remember a different party. That's like at the end, but I don't really remember the beginning too well. The beginning bits. Wait, what? Huh? He was like totally confused. No wonder no one talks to him. Then you put that some muck face. Exactly, I'm sorry. I'm lost and confused. Dazed and confused. Why are you here?
Why do you ask? I'm the engineer of Abyss. Of course I'm always here.
That bitch. Whoa. Ooh. Are you talking about Befficat? Chicado.
I got Thomas' report. The QR video seems to be the key to solving this case. She believes Chikara is linked to the Ps4 video, which has a striking similarity.
He's extremely suspicious. He must be the culprit.
I think it's a bit early for that conclusion.
But he said he didn't know about the video, right? If he's willing to lie about one thing, he's willing to lie about everything.
I still think that's a bit unreasonable.
Wait, no, is it starting? I don't know. No.
In that case, shall we get started? Ryuki, you know what
No,
to
I
do.
guess we are getting started. Dot, 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 dot. But yeah, she is a bitch. She's so mean to Philbo. For no reason. Oh, Philbo, man. Guy's just trying to be the mayo. Mayo. The mayo of the town. Dot, dot, dot.
Sink with him.
Ryuki, this isn't your first time sinking. You've delved into Somnia many times in the past 6
Go
months.
have.
So, I'm sure you know without me telling you, but...
I can only stay in Somnium for 6 minutes. It's alright, I know.
Okay then, let's begin.
Here we go. Somnium time. That's the first time we get to do it with Tama.
What is this place?
It looks like something made by an older generation of CG technology.
Back when it was still hyped up as groundbreaking, huh?
What the fuck is that? The Batmobile?
Hey, did you see someone just now?
Looks suspicious.
Why don't we ask that person there about it?
Who?
F guy?
You must have a lot of questions, like, what happened to your other half?
Not really.
Must be hard to walk. Bench pressing must be tough too.
You really want me to ask about that stuff?
Yeah, do it.
What? Isn't he a statue?
Isn't benching kinda hard?
Hey, why are you talking to a statue?
Damn it, Ryuki. Stop wasting my time. We can only be in Somnium for 6 minutes.
Oh.
Damn it, damn it. This is getting out of hand.
That's Chikara. Tama, follow him.
On this side, my genius brain harnessing my processing power. On this side, my brilliant right brain within which my creativity is boundless.
What the hell is happening?
Mimicking my brain will serve as inspiration for my master.
What's going on here?
I need to be careful. I can't get too close.
Now this. Bionic Body's accidental biology. The Bionic Body Creation Program.
Bio what?
BBAB.
The logical center of the left brain and the creative center of the right. By combining them, I can create a superhuman. Whew, wouldn't want that getting out. I hope I never see you again. Goodbye.
The music, though.
He ran off.
What a
Chikara in
jam.
this dream world is just as bonkers as he is in real life.
Looks like he doesn't want anyone in this room.
Yeah, you can tell by the conscious antibody in front of the door.
Conscious antibody?
They're an embodiment of a sync subject's caution. When you try to access information that the sync E is trying to hide, it overstimulates the synapse. That makes the body emit a ton of norepinephrine, which creates a conscious antibody within the somnium.
Well, what does this conscious antibody do?
You see how it says instant death on his crotch there? If I touch him, a massive delay spike will occur in the sync information transfer system.
Which means...
Touch him and our available time in somnium drops like crazy.
Got it. But how do we get into the room without getting past our do not touch power stance man friend here?
Well, we just need to get rid of the conscious antibody somehow.
What if we use that device that Chikara was using to move instant death power stance man?
I'm sorry, instant death power stance
The
man?
long title.
Yeah, I thought that was a pretty appropriate name for him.
Anyway, let's check the device first. Looks like the power is out.
Let's start by activating the device.
Yeah, let's go.
Somnium scan, activate.
Mental lock 1. Mental lock 2. 3. And 4. Oh boy. Secret guy's hiding. There's no Dutch guy's hiding something. Open the door, expose what he's hiding. Righty.
The lock on that door is open. Past that is a stone statue with no power.
Power? On a stone statue?
This is Chikara's somnium. You don't have to think about the logic. Anyway, that door. Let's head past it to the stone statue.
Use the data dash. Join the data dash and create a data dash.
It's not going to move because it's not activated.
In order to activate it...
According to the scan,
It's probably a
past the
mistake
door
to
is a
click on
stone
this.
statue without power.
Probably should have
We
looked
don't
at
have any other leads, so
how
let's head
much
to that
time this
statue.
took. Wasted 10 seconds. Does this waste time? It does. I can't hurt to inspect one, surely.
A warrior of the Maasai tribe, a nomadic tribe who predominantly live in Kenya and Tanzania. They have great physical ability and are skilled with spears. They are capable of fighting wild beasts like lions. Among Maasai warriors, those who jump the highest receive the greatest praise.
They're famous for their jumping skills.
If they can beat a lion with spears or their bare hands, they must be really strong.
Give me eyeballs, though. What was this one? I want my eyeballs.
Those who catch fish in bodies of water such as oceans or rivers. They are knowledgeable about the ecology of fish and have many skills that
A
aid
fishing
them in
rod.
catching their target. They go out to the ocean pretty much every day, have incredible navigating skills, and a sturdy body.
Sea peoples.
You mean the guys from 1200 AD? Supposedly, they were wiped out by a rival Mediterranean kingdom. Not much is known about them.
Huh?
Huh?
This door is open.
Is this even a door? It's so thin.
That's just how it is in this world. Don't worry about it. Let's go.
Oh, it moves sideways.
Like any normal
We're
door.
here.
That's the stone statue without power. Let's get closer and check it.
Do I have to use the machine in the center to join the two stone statues and create a transcendental superhuman? Oh fuck. I should have inspected the two other statues. Can't go back now.
Off and on. Is this the switch for the statue?
How do we turn this on?
Why don't you feel around that area?
That
What
area.
area?
Whatever feels right, Tama.
Which is dig on. It worked. Magic.
The robot arm control PC has been activated.
What? That was the first lock? Oh, that was quite easy. Activate right front temporal lobe statue.
It's on. You're amazing, Tama.
It says not available. Stone statue activated. Wait, so is it on or off?
Maybe you need to flip the switches for all the statues.
Right. According to the SOMNIUM scan, there are multiple statues. But let's head back to the device first.
How did you know there was a switch there? How did you know?
Let's go back to the device.
Get a quality guess.
Oh, wait. Can't we go to the other small room from this room?
How would you do that? It's too high. I can't jump that.
Dash 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 human. Your powers. You can dash 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 to jet dash dash if you wanted to.
Ryuki, you have 5 minutes left.
NA. Not available. There's no additional information.
Does this stone statue have no other use?
I don't know.
Proceed.
All right, let's go.
You got this,
Okay.
Tama.
Ready.
Nice one.
A normal jump won't suffice.
We need to think of a way to go up.
Maybe we can do something with the device in the center.
Yeah. Wait, hold on. My Tamaguchi's back. I don't know. Why is it brave? What did you think deep learning was? Hostess Club. Movie title? Shock thing? That's a blue. Hey, he became crazy. He needs to be anything but brave.
We can go through here. Let's go.
BBAB activating. In this experiment, you can combine 2 different brains with different functions to create a new human life form. Beginning experiment. Please select left brain function.
We just need to choose the left and right brain and combine them like Chikara did.
What can we choose from?
Left, Maasai warrior, fisherman, and A. Right side was astronaut and archaeologist. We can combine different brain functions of the left and right brains.
Fisherman and
to create a new
astronaut.
human with characteristics from both.
It seemed like Chikara used that to gain some kind of power earlier. So creating a new human means gaining some kind of superhuman ability.
And you select that power on this?
Oh, I remember seeing another room next to the small room we were in earlier.
Yeah, it was too high, so I couldn't reach.
Maybe we have to give you a power that'll help you get up there.
But the astronaut?
Beginning experiment.
You
Please
get 0
select
G.
left brain function.
The room was high and far. By combining 2 brain functions that'll allow us to move that distance.
What do you choose, Ryuki?
N A. The fisherman. How's the fisherman gonna help you? N-A. But then I choose nothing. Well, might as well just choose the fisherman.
Please select right brain function.
Fisherman and astronaut it is.
Left, fisherman. Right, astronaut selected. Starting experiment. What's going on? Experiment successful.
Just like I expected.
Combined a fisherman's cooking skill and the space food of astronauts to gain the power to prepare
What?
any food ingredient.
Wait, that's what the astronaut
We don't need
gets?
cooking skills right now, do we?
Guess not.
Excuse me? I thought the astronaut would get like, I don't know, 0G or something, but why does he have cooking skill?
They go to outer space by using rockets to breach the atmosphere of Earth. They are highly intelligent and athletic, which allows them to move in zero-gravity environments with ease. They are required to have high mental fortitude to live in outer space, much of which is still unknown to us.
Further than us all, they've flown.
Makes you want to wax poetic, I see.
Sky. Human, your powers you can combine to... Wanted to. Yeah, so it is astronaut. It's just...
4 minutes now.
It's just a fish that was wrong.
Beginning experiment.
The room was by combining two brain functions that'll...
What do you choose?
Is it just NA then?
Please select right brain function.
But then is this even gonna be anything? I am certain that it's the astronaut.
Left. NA. Right. Astronaut selected. Starting experiment. Error.
It's an error.
I guess NA isn't a job.
I wonder what it's for.
Beginning experiment.
Is it really the warrior then?
What do you...
The warrior and the
Please.
astronaut? I am certain that
Left.
it's the astronaut.
Right. Starting experiment. Experiment successful. Combined, a Maasai warrior's leg strength and the atmosphere-piercing power of an astronaut to gain superhuman leg strength.
Hey, there you go.
Tama, you okay?
I have goosebumps.
It said you gained superhuman leg strength.
Maybe we can get to that other room using that power.
That might be it. Let's give it a shot.
Right, because I guess the warrior is really strong. Yeah. Has a lot of strength.
This door isn't locked.
Okay.
Now we can do the Omega jump.
All right, let's go.
Okay, ready.
Wow.
Smooth. What?
The experiment worked! Chikara Orignally has done it again! Oh, genetic ecstasy!
What are we even watching right now?
Good question.
By stimulating the DNA correlating to high leg strength through imagination, it caused a slight transformation in the base sequence. This small change has allowed for surpassing the limit of telomeres. We can do anything in this simulation world. There are no limits. What a wonderful world.
I guess things worked out.
So every time we do something right, we have to watch this creepy old dude ascend into the sky?
Pretty
Wanna
much.
join?
Hell no.
To the Batmobile. But first inspect this. Act.
A stone statue without power.
Activate it.
Time to
This
monka
stone
steel.
statue is a racer.
If they mean an autosport driver, those guys are incredibly skilled. They have to make split-second decisions.
That skill might be beneficial in other areas than driving too.
Not to mention, there is a car right there.
I see. Using the driving skill.
But look, that says trap. Driving skill alone might not be enough.
Maybe we can combine it with a brain function that's good at avoiding traps.
I don't remember seeing anything like that.
Anyway, let's head back to the central room.
What? Who would be good at avoiding traps? Super reaction by the person trapped by dash 7 seconds. They who traverse dash experience it.
You have 3 minutes left, Ryuki. Focus.
What?
This door is open.
Those who
let's
traverse
go find out.
space? Are they gonna be the astronaut again?
We're here.
Looks like we can open it from this side now.
Yeah, because what's the archaeologist good at?
They investigate ancient ruins in order to uncover what Earth looked like in the past. They not only require a scholar's knowledge, but also the decision-making ability to
Oh,
avoid
well,
traps
there you
placed
go.
in ancient ruins.
Just like that one professor.
Yeah,
Tch.
the guy with the whip that got chased by that big stone ball.
Oh, I thought it was metal.
Was it?
Indiana Jones. So raise an
Beginning
archaeologist.
The car from earlier.
What do you think, Fifth?
Please select left, right, starting experiment. Experiment successful. Combined, a racer's driving skill and an archaeologist's knack for dodging traps.
Heck.
To gain movie protagonist superhuman driving
Movie
skills.
protagonist.
Guess it's time for love, Dr. Jones.
That should help us dodge any traps.
That's so antiquated. Nowadays, sports cars go up against nuclear submarines.
Very
Well,
true.
This is Shikara's preference. Now let's go back to the room with the car.
Fucking Fast
Think
and
we can get there
Furious.
from the passage we came from?
Yeah, that should lead you there directly.
The door? Which door is it? Is it this one?
We can go through here.
I'm to monkaInsane.
All right, get in.
I'll avoid any traps with elegance and grace.
What?
Wait, what? Is this actually gonna be a minigame? Drift.
That's the trap? I could have done this on my own.
Tama, behind you!
Huh?
Hold it! Wait! No! I can't do this!
Jesus.
Hey, Tama! The road!
What about the road?
There is no road!
Ah! What are we gonna do?
Step on it!
On what?
The gas! The gas!
The gas! Okay!
Smooth.
The experiment worked! Oh, happy Chikara! Chikara Orignally has done it again! Oh, genetic ecstasy! The corpus callosum is here represented by a treacherous ancient rune. A theory that links this complex and bizarre passage is now complete. But this should be theoretically impossible. No, there is no impossible in this world. Oh, this is not good. Not good indeed.
Kara! Ew!
Why don't you think of it as some kind of reward cutscene?
The fact that I have to force myself to think that already makes it not a reward.
Fast and Furious. X Indiana Jones crossover.
You only have 2 minutes. Hurry, Ryuki.
Yeah. Relax, boss.
Got it.
Wait, did I say Gambler Stone? What? Activate a Gambler Stone. What? People gamble. Activate the stone statue.
This stone statue is a gambler.
I guess that means they have guts.
So this gambler is known for winning bets when the chips are down.
That must mean they can win the big ones without flinching.
Now, let's head back to the central room.
Don't look for it. ... You can get a ... can be ... by any person. What?
We can go through here. Let's go.
Well, we're almost out of time. Activate the stone statue. Oh, cutscene.
Go.
It's me, Chikara.
What the hell?
This is no good. No good. No good at all. Yes. Let's test this. Chikara's right brain reselection.
Alright, see ya.
What's happening?
The room flew away.
The experiment worked! Chikara Horatori has done it again! Genetic ecstasy! This right brain reselection is a function that blows away my past. The past I don't want anyone to see. My right brain can be shuffled back into the deck. Goodbye, forbidden memory.
What are we gonna do?
When we drove through the passageway, Chikara said, theoretically impossible and not good. So maybe we did something he wasn't expecting. If we use the device to combine two different brain functions, we might be able to find a way.
If we can prevent Chikara from using his right brain reselection thing, we might be able to make it to the room.
He said something about a memory he doesn't want to be seen.
What? I don't... You only have the Fisher guy now, and the archaeologist.
Yeah, but how will we stop Chikara?
Oh wait, no,
There was something
that's the
hidden
warrior
in
I
the
have.
room we were in earlier. If only we could pull it back somehow.
We need a big idea here.
Beginning experiment. Please select left brain function.
I don't have a right one anymore, though. Is this why we use the fisherman? Needs to catch the other half? No, because the fisherman was just... That was just cooking. What if we do NA this time?
Please select right brain function.
Gamble. And, maybe not. What about fishing gambler? I mean, I guess it's worth a try while we're here. Why not? It's probably just gonna error out though.
Right. Starting.
Oh,
Error.
Yeah.
It's an error.
I guess
I wonder...
What were we supposed to choose?
Well, we want to get back that room that flew away, so...
Something that's good at casting.
Yeah, thinking outside the box a little.
Oh my god, stop backseating. Yeah, so it is the fish.
Aim and pull.
Oh, okay.
Beginning Please select right.
Aim and pull. What, is it really fisherman and gambler?
Fisherman.
Guess we'll see.
Starting experiment. Experiment successful. Combined, a tuna fisherman's pulling skill and a gambler's ability to make the right choice. To obtain superhuman luck.
Luck. Is this gonna do anything?
Well, try it. Let's fish back the room that flew away.
Where'd you get the fishing rod from?
How's it going?
I think I got something.
That must be it. Reel it in.
Oh my gosh, you actually got it.
The experiment worked.
This again.
Chikara Orignally has done it again. Oh, genetic ecstasy. Good. The memory I want to leave behind has already been shuffled.
What? You already deleted it.
This memory's no good either. I thought I deleted it. No. If you succeed with the Eternal Youth experiment, my memory will be discovered.
What's your memory? What are you hiding? Are you a murderer?
Goodbye.
Murderer?
Goodbye.
Chikara's memory was replaced with something else.
But it got replaced with another memory he didn't want seen. It might be worth looking into.
Chikara said that if the Eternal Youth experiment is successful, his memory will be discovered.
So if we complete the research on that device...
We might be able to defeat Instant Death Power Stance Man over there and get into the room he's guarding.
That stone statue is a little different.
Yeah, you're right. Let's go.
It's him. 20 seconds.
Statue
Oh,
has.
Chikara's face.
we're running out of time here.
Chikara said that using Purge, he can create an ageless and undying body.
But if we use the stone statue...
Turn it on.
Oh no.
What's the problem?
Seeing this face... Are you sure about turning it on?
We've invested too much already. There's no other way.
Fine, okay.
Won the last one too. Hardly have any time left though. Chikara's statue. Uncover Chikara's secret.
Oh, you didn't want to touch the crotch because of Chikara's face, huh? ...
My theory is almost complete. The creator of a man who is ... is ... Hold on, my Tamaguchi's back. Why was I brought into this world? Shut up. Oh. Is that gonna make it crazy? I don't know. Thinking about that is life. Well, that's loving. Cool. Became a child. Tell me more. No, it's still too brave. It became Masuki again. Damn it.
You have a minute left.
It would be nice to create eternal youth in life.
And something that will let us get rid of Instant Death Power Stance Man over there.
Beginning experiment.
Oh, it's not an A. That always errors out. Race. I have no idea. Is it the warrior?
Please select right brain function.
Oh wait, what are these? Shaman Debugger. Got it. Oh, we didn't realize there were 2 other new statues. Debugger. Oh, what if we do him?
Left. Masai
I think we
warrior.
might fail this one, so we might have to retry
Right.
it. But
Chikara
I guess we'll see what happens.
selected. Starting experiment. Experiment successful. Combined, a Maasai warrior's battle skill and Chikara's genetic engineering knowledge to create an undying and unaging warrior.
Wait, I actually get it right?
Funny that the machine is on a first-name basis with Chikara.
Now we can finally beat up instant death power.
That was actually right.
All right,
Pog.
let's go.
It's the wild guess.
Go, Tama.
Beat his ass. You were suplex. Oh my god. Yeah, well that works too. And drop kick. Oh my god, this
The
again.
experiment worked. Oh, happy, happy, happy. Why should humans die? What a waste it is to perish. The research results are splendid. But now is not the time. Not now. Not now.
If Chikara gets in our way again, no amount of time is enough time. Let's go.
Yeah, we got less than 30 seconds to do this. People trip. Whoa.
This stone statue is Chikara's memory that he doesn't want to be seen.
Turn it on.
Twist his dick a little.
A
Easy.
9 stone statue.
9. 9 in Roman numerals.
What is the significance of 9?
Maybe he has 9 mistresses.
Or maybe he's being sued by 9 people.
This stone statue. Maybe we use a brain function again.
Should we go back to the central device?
Let's do it.
Gee, we only got one shot at this.
We
At
can go through
11
here.
seconds.
Let's go.
I'm gonna have like, I don't know, 7 seconds left. 7 seconds. Yeah, pretty much only get one shot.
Can you
3
decide
seconds
what
left.
2 brain functions you will combine?
Yeah. This should do it.
Beginning experiment. Please select left brain function.
Is this why we use NA? Why not? It's worth a shot, right?
Please select right brain function.
Maybe it's gonna error and break and give us what we want.
Left, NA. Right, 9 selected. Starting experiment.
I feel like it's gonna error out though, and
What? Why?
oh, who the fuck is that? He's editing the Car's YouTube video.
Experiment successful.
Oh wait, that was right. Fuck.
Nizet laws.
Wait, what? Oh my god, it was actually right. Wait, nice and law. It's that conspiracy group thing from the first game. Underground cult thing from the first game.
That's 490.
Smooth. Awoken. Oh, awaken. Found the link between Nice and Bats 490. Wait, so is he part of that called? Egoism. Well, I didn't expect that. I thought that was fake. I didn't think they were real Donation Lords people. But I guess they are. Iris isn't crazy after all. Ought to know. Yuki Chapter 1. Back in the limo. Wait, why are we in a limo? Nice Japan. Well, we're not gonna Christian that guy?
Welcome. I'm the president of the Japanese Night branch, Tokiko Shigure.
Oh, wait, that is a real
Apologize for
brand.
visiting so late at night.
Nice
I'm from the
balls.
Metropolitan Police Department.
Mr. Ryuki, is it? Mamoru, my secretary, has already informed me. I hear you've come to ask about Jin Furue's murder.
This is the president. Wait, this is the president's office on top of the building at Japanese branch and Nice laws. The same secretary, I saw something in the SOMNIUM. Someone who liked the video is making the Ps4 video. That's why we ended up here. Interest person's officer talk to the top level and Nice. So they are real. These are completely crazy. An actual like brand.
That's the non-Yupal X, the symbol of nines.
Non-Yupal means consisting of 9. You know how there's single, double, triple? Non-Yupal is the 9th.
So non-Yupal X means 9 X's?
Seems so.
Did you know that Night is derived from 9-exed lozenge? Lozenge referring to a diamond shape. In other words, Night means the 9 X's of the diamond.
Interesting. What should I call this? A pond, maybe? Well, it's sure not a river. We'll go with pond for now. What?
Why would they make something like this indoors?
They got too much money. Indoor waterfall. Oh, they're just really fascinated by waterfalls. A big window. Wink sink. Say something funny.
Something funny. There, I said it.
Thanks.
Your badge.
Something funny.
That's something
What?
phony.
What is this? A vaudeville routine? That wasn't funny at all.
No. What are you doing around? How'd you end up here? You're Takiko's secretary?
Yeah, but I'm also her bodyguard. I used to be a bodyguard for a certain politician until the end of last year. He was a piece of human garbage. Slugged him in the face and resigned. Then ended up here thanks to an acquaintance introducing me.
Also from the first game, but nice.
I was only hired recently. I don't know much about it, really.
Weak sink. How'd you end up here?
I had a very hard time finding the place. After all, NICE is a secret organization hidden from the public.
That's a good thing Boss just happened to know someone who knew this location. Otherwise, we would have been out of luck.
Even after I got inside the building, it wasn't easy. The guards, the security gates. If I hadn't met Mamoru at the entrance, I probably wouldn't even have made it to this office.
I know about Abyss, and I know it's trustworthy. That's why I let you through to talk to the president.
Oh, well, thank you. Nice.
Anyway, I was surprised. I had heard of NICE, a secret organization, but I thought it was just an urban legend. I can't believe it actually exists.
Yes, there has been all sorts of gossip
Satan.
about us. Some claim we're a secret society of Satanists, or that we have something to do with a sequence of binary code that came from space.
Satan
But that's all
confirmed.
nonsense. Made-up stories that become more and more embellished as they were passed on. Rumors are quite a terrifying thing. NICE is a perfectly legitimate ideological society. Our headquarters are located in New York, with many branches in cities throughout the world. This is one such branch.
Took half an hour to beat the Gauntlet speedrun. Yeah, apparently that's really hard earlier. So we're here. That speedrun Gauntlet is notorious for being really difficult. Did it twice and no achievement. It just actually you did it multiple times. You did it a few extra times than you had to. You're just that good. Very nice. Another game done. Holy shit. Titanfall 2. Nice is an ideology society.
This is a common misconception, but NICE is not a religious organization. We are a group of like-minded individuals who act together based on a certain understanding of the universe.
And that is?
The simulation theory. Have you heard of it?
That the world is an artificial simulation of reality created by someone or something. That's the theory.
You're saying everything in this world we're living in isn't real?
Yes. It's a false world constructed with specific rules by a program. And if it is made by a program, there must by necessity be imperfections, edges, or seams. To find these seams, or to create them, is our objective.
Why would you do that?
If you tear at the seams of a cloth, it will unravel, and the whole will be created. Thusly, we will tear at the seams of the program until it is unraveled, and its people are emancipated. That is our ultimate goal.
This old hack has completely lost it.
Nice response. A true achievement there was unlocked, so yeah, then I guess you got it. It unlocked. It's just a bit delayed. Off a Game Pass and delisted. Oh no, what? But you have the physical version? What game is that? How will you tell the seams of the world? Eli? Wait, I don't think I've ever heard of it. Yeah, no, I have not heard of that. Why did it get delisted? What happened? Oh, what? No one knows. No, whatever. Who knows? They just kind of disappeared one day. That's weird. How do you tell the seams of the world?
The intersection between the warp and weft. That's where the seam can occur.
I don't understand.
You will someday. It is a prophecy. It will be fulfilled eventually.
What is that?
It's a hand sign we use.
Illuminati.
Resemble the sign behind me.
Wonka shake. Sure with the hand sign again. Is that supposed to be that symbol behind Kiko? What are you doing at 6 AM on the 9th?
Judging by the way you asked that, I assume that's Jin's estimated time of death?
Well, yes.
I was in Okinawa from the night of the 8th. I had a seminar to attend on the 9th and 10th. I returned to Tokyo late last night.
I checked the logs for hotels and airports, for smartphone access points, and the security footage for each location. It's true that Tokiko was in Okinawa from the 8th to the 10th.
So she has an alibi.
As long as you presume Jin's body wasn't brought back with her from Okinawa.
Oh, Dev sold her soul to the devil. Oh, wait, what? Ew, so but you can only play it on Apple Arcade now? Wow. Yeah, okay. I guess they really wanted that money back, eh? I guess maybe they were having money issues, but what that is, yeah. That's a bit of an eel right there. A bit disgusting. Oh, with the arcade you have to be subbed. Fucking Apple Arcade, man, what the fuck? Who even uses that, I wonder? Forget that even existed. Fucked up. Yeah, I guess it's Granny with an iPad that's subscribed to Apple Arcade. Oh yeah, people gamble, yeah. Oh yo, just another Candy Crush like game. Yeah, let's go. Yeah, okay, now that sounds believable. I'd believe that. It was still more subs than UP Plus. Oh, UP, man. That's also just so weird and strange. A King UB Plus? Huh? It's like, what? Huh? Doesn't even have just tits. 25 bucks for a handful of games. And they're like mostly new games too, right? Yeah, you can get all of them for 25 bucks on sale. Pretty much. But yeah, they're all like new games. They're not like old games like the original Splinter Cell games. Or the old Rayman games or anything, right? It's just mostly newer UB games, I think. Hey, suplex! No. What a perfect way to enter the chat. Say hey! And then randomly suplex a D. What a great entrance. Well, a few minutes ago we were fighting a mannequin, I guess you could say it was. We drop kicked a mannequin. No suplex though. But also, I guess that is true. It might be a good shot for new releases if you wanna, yeah. Like a new game when it's out for cheap. New Assassin's Creed game or something. I hope Pete the Redfall play account. Man, that game is such a disaster. That Paw game. Yeah. 30 FPS on fucking next gen. Omega next gen. That has like ray tracing and it can support 120 FPS. I know, I'm sorry, it's locked at 30 FPS. Like what? Like, I mean, I'm not really too. I don't really focus on that too much FPS. I don't really care too much, but like, come on, man. Still, in this day and age, in 2023, where you've got PS5, Xbox Series X. And every game in the world has ray tracing nowadays. Like, come on, man. You could squeeze at 60 FPS. How is it still stuck at 30? Oh, my Tamaguchi. What skill can defeat an old man? I forgot what he said last time. Strogati. Well, she's supposed to reform with an enemy when you want to pin him. Why was suplex as an option? Exactly, John. Log it at fucking 300 FPS. There you go. We're just gonna blow up the console. Wait, look at the suplex emote in the bottom left. Oh, what a shame it's not animated on the screen. Yep. Man. Fan's just gonna be fucking spinning. Like, yeah, the fan is at the top of the Xbox Series X, right? So it's just gonna start levitating. Start levitating up to the ceiling. Yep, oh, like the next spin. It's gonna be just like that. Gonna start flying. Wah. Press triangle to suplex. Oh shit, I didn't know we were playing Resident Evil. No, Molly, don't stand over the Xbox, no! Fatality. Turns into a Mortal Kombat fatality. Who needs turbine engine? You can just get an Xbox. Yeah, it's pretty much the same. Just boot up a game at 300 FPS and you're good. But yeah, exactly. The player base after the first week of Redfall is just poof, it's just gone. If it's even there to begin with. What happened to the egg? Why didn't the egg play? What's going on here? Where did our X go? The fatality didn't play either. Okay. Oh, at least it worked. It does work. That's strange, the fatality. Yeah, it definitely works. I just feel like the game became louder now.
I'm looking for Llewellyn Moss.
Did you go up to his trailer?
Yes, I did.
Well, I'd say he's at work. Do you want to leave a message?
Where does he work?
I can't say.
Steven doesn't work either. I think Steven should work.
Where does he work?
Sir, I ain't at liberty to give out no information about our residents.
Where does he
Hey,
work?
where doesn't he work?
Did you not hear me?
He doesn't work right now.
Give out no
He doesn't work anywhere because he doesn't work at all.
Where does he work?
Sir,
Where does he work?
I can't say.
Shoot it. Yeah, no, I don't think any of the sound effects work. I think it's because I need to update it.
Do you want to leave a message?
Where does he work?
Hi, I'm Carl, and we're going
Where's
to
it
talk
work?
about
How
how
it
to
works.
properly kick open a door, right? But you want to get your foot as close to the center right there. Pick your site where you want to put your foot. Kick that puppy open. Piece of cake.
Piece of cake. The sound effects are broken. What is happening? Good question.
デンジ、お前も好きだったの？
何のつもりだ?
Steve. We're trying to wake Steven up. Give it a second. I'm restarting the sound effect program.
Yes, sir.
I'm looking for Llewellyn Moss.
I'm restarting the sound effect program. It's lacking everything a little bit.
Do you want to leave a message?
Where does he work?
I can't say.
Yeah, I need to update it.
Where does he work?
I haven't done
Sir,
that.
I ain't at liberty to give out no information about our residents.
Where does he work?
Did you not hear me? We can't give out no information.
Where does he work?
Sir,
Alright, try a sound effect really quick.
I can't say. Do you
Yeah,
want to
no,
leave
it's
a message?
Where does he work?
Sir,
I don't hear you, Steven! Speak up! Oh, Pingu. Dude, more like nope. Yeah, he's not feeling it today. None of the Stevens are awake. Yeah, I think I need to update it. I haven't updated it in a little bit. Do that after the stream. No sound effects today. Feels bad, man. He got kidnapped. Oh shit. The legendary Seagal got kidnapped. Or maybe he's just on a mission right now. He's on an important mission that requires him to sit on a chair. About Bats 490.
Considering the fact that you are
Stop
here,
blocking
I
out
assume it would be
audio.
pointless to hide it. Indeed, I had my subordinates create that video. Bats 490 was an ARG, just a game, but there was a high-level encryption hiding a message within. We have been seeking high IQ individuals with the capability to decode it. The purpose was to recruit them into knives.
So this QR video was made for the same reason?
I am aware of that video. I saw it on the news. However, it's completely unrelated to knives. I assume someone made it with the intent to imitate Bats 490.
What do you think, Tama?
Hard to say on that alone.
But Chikara.
Do you mean the man from Horodori Institute of Genetics?
So you do know him. I'm actually here because of a tip I got from him.
Chikara is under arrest?
No, he was just released earlier. We didn't have enough evidence to keep him detained.
I see.
But your relationship with Chikara.
Chikara is a former member of NICE, though this was over 20 years ago. When he left us, he became an avid believer in the Order of Percent.
Order of Percent?
It's an organization that split off from NICE. You could say they are a sect. The Order of Percent is a religious sect, whereas we are an ideological society. Despite our common roots, we are heading in completely different directions.
Then how did Chikara know that NICE created Bats 490?
I wouldn't know about that. Perhaps he asked an acquaintance from NICE. By the way, would you mind if I asked you a question?
Yeah, just hold on. You took a 2-hour nap, didn't you? Nice. I see the DVD is having a good effect on you. It's having a positive effect on you. All the DVD you've been playing. Man's over here taking naps now. The People Sleep gameplay is really working on him. I hope it was a good nap. Hope it was a good nap, Mr. Junior. But you are about to play DVD. Oh, shit, he's addicted. He's addicted to it. Well, enjoy. I wish I could play it right now because the new update is out. But yeah, enjoy. Hope you enjoy the new update and everything. Hope you like it. We have to wait till tomorrow before we play DVD here. What's 2 plus 2? A really funny looking fence. You wish you could play it, he says. I do. I wish I could play it, man, but I can't. We're waiting till tomorrow. Cause yeah, the new update is out today, but tomorrow that's when the new Rift opens and a brand new set of challenges and everything. That's what we're waiting for. Tomorrow is DVD day.
What is it?
Are you perhaps a Freyer?
Freyer?
Frey. I thought I heard that somewhere before.
I am asking the person within you.
What?
I will ask you one more time.
What? You mean me?
Are you a Freyer?
A Freya? No, yes. I don't know what that is.
Hey, Ryuki.
Only I get to play DVD. You got too many games. You got too many fucking games to finish first. Yeah, but I need my DVD fix. Otherwise, I get the shakes, man. I get the shakes. I need that DVD fix every now and then, man. Guy's over here torturing me. He's playing DVD. Meanwhile, I'm not allowed to. Absolute torture.
As I thought. Then you've realized this world is fictional. Am I correct?
Yes?
Ryuki, what's gotten into you?
Then please tell me the nil number. If you truly are a Freya, you should know
I don't know what the nil number is. She's asking us, monkaW. She's asking us humans. I don't know what the number is. Does it say it on the back of the game case? Where is the game? Is there a number any? Wait, where is the game actually? Where the hell did I put it? It's right here. Nil is null. I think that's also the correct answer here. In this context. Why not? It's worth a try. There's no number on the game case. And before we're about to unlock an Omega secret ending, it's one number enough? One number is enough. Well, why not? Worth a shot, eh? Incorrect input, no. Seriously. Incorrect input, no. I didn't mean to pause.
So you don't.
No, I don't. I'm sorry.
Words,
no, I didn't lie.
Good. She saw right through it.
I
thought that I could get her to keep talking if I faked my way through.
That wasn't faking. I just don't know the number. Right about life. Yes. Fake it till you make it easy money.
Worried about money?
Even she knows it. Nah, we just gotta fake it till we make it. No.
Worried about health?
That's right.
Ah. Is your image on your mind?
I'm hairy. What? I mean, I do have pretty long hair, yeah.
I think it's fine. You don't need to worry about it. I like hairy people, male or female. Bigfoot. That's my type.
Oh my god, what? Bigfoot. What? He's the last person I expected in this game. This game has it all. It has Satan and Bigfoot. Game of the year. Bigfoot has to be. Bigfoot. Take a picture of Bigfoot.
You know what they say about big feet?
I do. They need big shoes.
Tama, what do you think I should eat for dinner?
Let's see. It's been a while, so I'd like to see you eat and compare monkfish liver and foie gras again.
What? Not the monkfish. You need a Japanese waifu. Well then, just play this game. And here you have your Japanese waifu. That talks to you and gives you life advice. And you can even dress her up. This game would be perfect for you. When are you gonna play this, Mr. Junior? The first one and this one.
Number. What is a Freyer? Frey.
Freya, player.
Frey. Right. I remember now.
It was written on that sign.
Frey to free.
When is someday? You could be playing this now. instead of DVD. Mr. Junior's slowly turning into me. He's gonna be playing nothing but DVD soon.
Fray can mean fight, but it can also mean to wear out or tear.
Remember what Tokiko said. Their ultimate goal is to break down this world and emancipate its people.
Miss Shigure, are you sure Nyes didn't make the QR video?
Hey, yeah, maybe. Well, I hope you'll get to it at some point. Eventually, because they're fucking amazing. They're brilliant, these two games. Who knows? You get too many games. Yeah, same as me. And then you just feel so overwhelmed. So overwhelmed. And then you just end up booting up DVD anyways. Just like, a few rounds of DVD can't hurt. There's a new update and everything. So a few rounds can't hurt. And then you end up playing that for 12 hours every day. Until all of a sudden, you've got way too many games that you haven't played.
We did not.
But the word Fray was written on that sign in the QR code.
We of Nyes are only involved in Ps4, which we created half a year ago. We are not the ones who created the QR video.
Got your retro games you want to play?
Being displayed on that sign must be a coincidence.
Yeah, you get your Silent Hill games to play. Your God Hand. That the buggy PS2 game you played. And then your PS5. And the Haunting Grounds game. Yeah, you got a handful.
That can't be just a coincidence.
Oh, but it can. After all, we are living in nothing but a simulation. A false world created by a program. And such programs always have some glitches lurking under the surface. We call such glitches seams. Coincidences like this are a manifestation of such glitches. Proof of imperfection. Proof of the seams. The appearance of Jin's corpse is also likely to be an example of such phenomenon.
What?
What?
Are you familiar with the Philadelphia experiment?
It's a top-secret military experiment that's said to have taken place in the American city of Philadelphia on October 28th, 1943. A powerful electromagnetic wave was fired towards the USS Eldridge, a destroyer-class warship. Supposedly, the reason for doing this was to conceal the ship from showing up on radar. But as soon as the experiment began, something strange happened. The Eldridge was enshrouded in a greenish mist, then vanished. Afterward, it appeared at a military port in Norfolk, nearly 200 miles away from the shipyard in Philadelphia. Sometime later, it reappeared in its original position again.
So you're saying it teleported?
Well, it's nothing but an urban legend. Just an occult story with low credibility.
I relate Thomas' story directly to Keiko. Steve, oh god, what if Steven died? I don't think I know that one from the top of my head. Is that, I don't know, is that the, are they really as good as they say you are? Takes off shades. Oh, that's the arm break one, the break. Does that hurt? Yeah. You fucking pussy. Then, yeah, that's that. Thanks, Stephen.
Yes, exactly. However, the story doesn't end there. When the USS Eldridge returned to Philadelphia,
oh, that's free.
There were several sailors on board, but some of them had melted like a rotten banana, while others ended up with their bodies entirely burned and blackened.
Banana. That's free, the one, yeah. Are you really as good as they all say you are? Every once in a while. Banana. Plays the music.
Others were said to have merged with the steel hull, their bodies having become a piece of the ship. Does that sound familiar?
You mean Jin? Are you saying his right half teleported here?
It isn't impossible. If a seam was torn, that is.
Impossible.
Oh. Okay, so I should do those wink things when I have the chance. Why are we in the park now?
You
hi.
like this park, don't you, Ryuki?
I feel calm when I'm around nature. It's like I can feel the buzz inside me quieting down. Tama, what do you think about what Tokiko said earlier? Is something like teleportation really possible?
Hey, come on. I told you the Philadelphia experiment is just an urban legend.
How else can you explain what happened with Jin?
Magic.
You can't deny that his right half suddenly appeared out of nowhere.
Jeez. Then why don't we find out for ourselves?
What do you mean? You want to go to the studio right now?
No need. Just close your eyes.
My eyes?
Just do it!
Wait, what?
Okay.
Monka, she has a weapon. Okay. A simulation within a simulation.
What the? Did we teleport here?
Are you serious?
We're in Studio Devita, aren't we?
It just seems that way. We're not actually there. Last night, I scanned every nook and cranny of the scene. What you're looking at now is what I replicated using that data.
Wow. It's like I'm actually there. The corpse looks so real.
Want me to put a mosaic over it?
Uncensored is fine.
Now, less digressing and more investigating. Your objective is to solve the mystery behind the sudden appearance of Jin's right half.
Alright, let's start looking around.
Virtual reality activation. The VR allows you to walk around the scene and get information. Tama's special vision modes such as X-ray can be applied to everything. Everything. By changing the special mode, you can investigate will change. Inspect will change. Utilize this to find hidden information. Hold on, my Tamaguchi's back. What should I do if an old guy attacks me? Suplex him. Crush his throat. That's for amateurs. Don't crush a Buddha statuettes. A lot to look at. Hold on. Hobbies, simulation, theory, research. She dislikes nothing. Likes flow of water. She sincerely believes the world she lives in is fake and was created by someone. She's never just living a long life in this world. Her skills is prophecy. Dislikes men. Manliness. Testosterone. She's worked on the social Jima, but it's not sexual. Like, not the best personality, but is loyal to his employer. Wait. There is something new in the guide manual. That's what it is.
Wow, I can switch to X-ray mode too.
That's because I've gathered all data from the scene.
Why is there like 20 people back there? The big monitor here.
Looks like it's there so the performers can check how they look on screen.
Podium used by the quiz show host. The MRP TV logo on a huge
The
monitor.
questions for the quiz also show up here too. Huh.
Contestant seat. Seat for the quiz show contestants. It's a camera. The body was shown to the entire world for this camera. What about the kettle? The kettle is the culprit. There's an electric kettle here.
Maybe it's for having tea during breaks.
Tea? I love me some tea.
I wonder how deep this sign is embedded.
What do we do at times like these?
Right, the X-ray.
Like I mentioned yesterday, Jin's estimated time of death is 6 o'clock on February 9th. Based on the time his corpse appeared, it should be about 40 hours ago. Rigor mortis seems to be fading already. It's not completely gone yet, but the body has somewhat softened at this point. It should take more time to get to this stage if it's been on a rooftop in the winter. That's why I think this corpse was kept indoors, someplace warm.
Real emoji's already fading, and the body has some much softer by the time it's found. Wait, this is. Wait, what? Does he have a kettle inside of him? Oh my god. The kettle is actually the culprit?
These aren't good for much other than for show.
Why is there like 20 people back here? There are a bunch of mannequins here. Oh, it's just mannequins. Yeah, it is just mannequins.
The bottom part of the signboard is stuck pretty deep in there.
There's a bit of a curve at the tip. Kind of like a man's, you know what?
Couldn't you have compared it to a fishhook or
What?
something?
Well, it won't come out easily. Whoever stuck it in probably didn't want it pulled out.
Of course not. A signboard would be useless unless it's standing.
It's useless unless it's standing?
Let's not go there.
Oh
No,
my god.
that's not what I meant.
Difficult to remove. What about this? He has like a kettle inside of him. What's up with that?
What's this? There's something inside the body.
3 things catch my attention. First, a mixture of potassium chlorate, sulfur, and red phosphorus. This is probably a fire starter. It would ignite very easily. The fuse is coiled
Which is
up
what
and
it did.
extends from there. By the way, the fuse includes an oxidizing agent, so it can continue to burn even inside the body. And finally, at the end of the fuse is a powder mixture of iron oxide
it's not a
and
kettle.
aluminum. This is a substance that causes a thermite reaction. When ignited, it creates heat of over 3,000 degrees Celsius and burns violently.
So that's how he randomly blew up. Once add this before the body combusted. How do we do with that? We've looked at everything, I think. Oh, clueless. What can I do with that?
What's this? Getting a better look at it, it looks like something tied to his waist. It's like a spider's thread. No, even thinner.
My analysis concludes that this is a CNT, or carbon nanotube. Graphene sheets with the thickness of a single carbon atom. These were rolled into a cylindrical shape to make these nanotubes. The diameter is about 0.4 nanometers. A single nanometer is 1/1000th of 1 meter, so it's not visible to the naked eye.
What? But I can see it.
That's because this thread is made by bundling multiple CNTs. I've also enhanced your vision so you'd be able to see it. By the way,
thanks.
CNTs are extremely durable. They're elastic and hard to break, and it's said that their theoretical maximum tensile strength is 50 times that of steel. Anyway, where is the other end of the CNT connected?
So whoever pulled this is the culprit. Or at least blew the cops up.
That way. Over by that red lamp.
The fire alarm?
What's this?
A light switch?
It's the light switch.
The CNT is tied to it.
Who messed with the light switch? I may not have known it was there though. Whoever messed with the light switch.
Okay, it looks like we're pretty much done investigating here. Using the clues we've gathered so far, we should be able to solve the mystery.
You mean the mystery of how Jin's body appeared? That's what you're talking about, right?
Yep.
The truth reenactment allows you to find the truth of the information you've gathered. It's time to question with the best answer. Only by correctly answering your questions will the truth be reenacted.
Let's get on that now. First thing, about that power outage when the body appeared. Was it really just a power outage?
I was wondering about that too. The lights came back on way too quickly. Plus, if the power did go out, the stream should have cut out at the same time.
But the stream went on, no problem.
So it wasn't an outage. The lights were switched off.
So how did the lights get turned off?
Well, I think I know what did it.
How'd the light get turned off? The light switch? Obviously, right?
That's the switch that powers the lighting.
Yeah, let's not overthink this. Someone simply walked up and flipped this switch.
No. Yeah, exactly. How else would the light turn off other than a light switch? How else?
But no one was near the switch when the lights went out.
No.
Let's try to think of something else.
The mystery of the light. Only the true detective, only the best detective in the world could solve this case. The polar detective. He's gonna pole up at the crime scene. The mystery of the light. That actually sounds like it. That actually sounds like it could be a real mystery novel or something. Polar Smuck. It was the Smuck polar bear. He did it. He was the culprit this whole time. The polar detective has solved it. How did the lights get turned off? What was it? Maybe connected to one of these buttons? Ain't no way. No, it was the kettle. Yes, it has to be the kettle. The kettle turned off all the lights in the whole scene.
An electric kettle?
Maybe if someone turned on this kettle while the studio was using its maximum amperage.
But the breaker didn't trip. There must be some other way.
No, I refuse to believe. The kettle. The kettle is the true culprit. The kettle killed the guy and spawned him in and blew him up. It's this kettle right here. Unboxing stream. Unboxing stream of what? What we unboxing?
The answer button by this contestant's seat is actually...
It's not a light switch.
No.
There were bundled CNTs tied to the body. They were routed through the ceiling beams and onto the light switch.
But a dead body can't pull strings.
Yeah, how does that work?
But it can fall. From the ceiling, I mean.
Wait, so it fell from
Now
this...
that you mention it, I thought I heard something hit the floor right after the lights went out.
Oh, I see. So someone dumped it from up there or something, and then yeah, it fell down, turned off the light and everything, and blew up. But new games? Oh, you got some new games? Got some new games you ordered?
The body fell from the ceiling and tugged on the CNT, which caused the light switch to turn off.
Oh.
So on to the next question. The corpse was hidden up in the ceiling, right? Then how did it fall?
Someone pushed it. The culprit dropped it. Oh, well, from what we know, the rigor mortis probably softened.
The culprit used the mechanism of the body softening after rigor mortis.
I should have picked the other
body
options,
must
though.
have been placed up in the ceiling like
Might
a
have gotten
bridge
funny
between two
responses.
beams. It would stay up there while the body is still stiff. But as time passes and rigor mortis lessens, the corpse softens.
And that's what made it fall down. Now for the final question. Why did the body explode and burn?
Well, that can be explained by using the X-ray mode.
The signboard is stuck deep in the corpse. So, how did the body burn?
Maybe the signboard was a
Definitely
bomb.
not.
What?
Exactly.
It's because of the contraption set up inside the body. The ignition agent combusted from the impact of the body hitting the ground. The fire went up the coiled fuse and onto the substance that triggered a thermite reaction. The substance was eventually ignited, causing a huge explosion.
So that interval between the fall and explosion was because of the time it took for the fire to fuse. I get it. It was hard to find traces of that trick because it was such an analog method.
All right, I think we're starting to figure things out here. So you can turn off this VR space now.
No, not yet. That was just a rehearsal. We still have the main show.
What do you mean?
We're recreating the culprit's actions.
Are you telling me to do that?
You're the only actor here, aren't you?
Actor?
Oh, you're boxing it right now? Well, I can't watch it right now.
I'm Tama, the director and camera operator. Now that I'm in the director's chair, I'm not going to tolerate shoddy acting. So keep that in
Later.
mind.
Are you recording something?
Yeah, we could do it at the end of it. At the end of the stream.
Of course we are. We're testing
If
a
there's not,
theory here,
if there's
so we
not,
need to create something that
if there's
can
not,
be
if there's
viewed
not that many,
I have no
and
idea
I'm not
what
too
you're going
tired.
on about.
Shut your stupid mouth, you third-rate bit part actor! Are you too much of a moron to figure this out without the director having to tell you everything?
But
Just zip it and play the culprit. If we're doing this, we're going for the Academy Award.
Academy? Like the nuts?
Enough!
Tuh.
Let's get this started. Ready?
No, I'm not ready. Holy shit, Andre, what the fuck? Excuse me. Man bought an entire fucking gaming store worth of games. Jesus. I'll be here all night unboxing. But I got you. Yeah, we could do it at the end of the stream. Hopefully I won't be too tired.
Action!
Jesus. That slap.
Hi! I'm, the culprit who killed Jin. Now, prepare to witness an amazing show
7-ish? Yeah, okay,
featuring
it's not that many.
this corpse.
Not only
Not
is
too
your
bad.
acting amateurish,
Pretty good
but
amount.
I don't even understand what kind of character you're trying to play here.
I am an amateur.
Well, this is just the beginning, so I'll give you a pass for now.
Let's start with the positioning of the body. Where and how was it placed?
Well, it was right here. The body was placed so it was hung like a bridge between two beams.
You can place it like this because
Cliffing
it's different
half
rigor
ran to the
mortis.
back rooms.
So that's how they did
Yep.
the light trick.
His other half is in the
Carbon
back
nanotubes,
rooms.
CNT, were tied to the body. The CNT went up the beams and extended downward.
He was crossing
onto the
through the
light switch.
realms.
CNT is too thin to be seen with the naked eye, so no one noticed it.
I've got it all set up. Now I just need to wait for the rigor mortis to subside.
Hey, aren't you supposed to be in character?
Boy! I sure hope the corpse gets softer soon! It needs to be soft and squishy! like it. Octopus!
This
What?
scene makes no sense. I'm cutting it out.
You made me do it!
And after time passed, rigor mortis began to subside.
Lights out.
The body falls, and the impact sets off the ignition agent inside it. The fire travels up
Pretty
the fuse
clever.
line.
Goddamn.
Soon after, a staff member turns on the lights.
Bam! A body appears, as if it teleported in out of nowhere. Sometime later, the burning fuse inside the body reaches the explosives. And that is the truth behind the corpse's sudden appearance and explosion!
Good work! I got some nice footage of the reenactment.
I still don't understand why the acting was necessary.
It's making a movie.
It all makes sense now. That corpse didn't teleport here after all.
Of course it didn't. Though the culprit obviously wanted it to seem that way.
Yeah, pretty clever.
Half of a body just suddenly appearing out of nowhere. Just like the Philadelphia experiment. Someone went through all that trouble to make it look like something strange occurred.
I think they also wanted to draw as much attention as possible to that sign. All so they could spread that QR video.
About the reason the corpse's cross-section was facing downward.
That body fell from the studio ceiling. If it fell sideways when it landed, the culprit's plans would have been ruined.
Yes, like you said, it would have been pointless unless the sign was standing erect. Just like a man's you-know-what.
Oh my god.
Again with that joke? Besides, it is not useless when it's not erect.
Exactly.
What?
There was another purpose to the sign. It's the same reason darts and rockets have tails.
I get it. The cut surface would naturally face the ground because of that sign. It was meant to control the body's posture as it fell.
Wow. This guy thought of fucking everything, goddamn. About the time rigor mortis would subside.
The culprit must have wanted the body to fall during the live stream, right? It would have been pointless otherwise. But could they really predict when rigor mortis would dissipate so accurately?
The culprit didn't put the corpse up on the ceiling beams while it was completely stiff. It had to have been after the body had started to soften, just slightly. That way, they could estimate that the body would fall in a few hours or so. The stream was scheduled for a whole 6 hours. The culprit was fine as long as the body fell sometime during that period.
Imagine if it fell during commercials. Awkward timing. Which would affect their way of training. Bench press. For training the chest D. Punch power will increase E. Loving. Wait, loving? That means it's probably going to turn into Date again. Oh my god. How am I explaining how corpses soften after rigor mortis? Wait, what? What is that example? Oh, I was watching porn yesterday when my mom walked in. I went from rigor mortis to soft in an instant. What is that example? Oh, that's a normal thing you say. Take a picture of it. Why did the culprit blow up the corpse?
Their goal was to make it seem like a supernatural phenomenon. That's why they couldn't leave the CNT on the scene.
Because it would give away the trick?
Right.
So that's why they caused a thermite reaction and destroyed the CNT.
CNT's highly flammable
So, to wrap it all up.
Highly flammable carbon material. It doesn't stand a chance against 3,000-degree temperature. It bonds with oxygen to create carbon dioxide, which helps extinguish the flame.
The culprit's motive was to make this seem like a supernatural phenomenon and to spread the QR video, right?
I don't know if that's all there is to it, but probably.
I wonder why Jin was chosen.
Who knows?
Where could his left side be?
It hasn't been found yet. Anyway,
you'll find out in
starting
6
our
years.
search for the people who might have the intel we need is the #1 rule of investigation, right?
Like who?
Jin's right half was up in the studio ceiling the whole time we were shooting the show. There must be someone who knew about it, or at least noticed it.
You mean... the director, Jinpei Wagai?
Right.
Where is he now?
I've tracked him down using his smartphone GPS. He's in Akihabara right now. At the maid cafe, Sunfish Pocket.
Hanging out with his wife. Vending machines. Nothing else to look at. Back in the limo. You can still see that 999 sign. Ooh, a DVD and CD. Oh yeah, she was from the first game too, that lady. That was with Iris Hurley in the school.
There he is!
Ah, shit!
What? Yo, what the fuck? Why'd he pull a gun?
Damn!
What are you trying to hide, man? I'm just gonna ask you some questions. Bang. Yo, dude, it's the fucking Matrix now. Do a backflip. Wow. Effortless dodge.
Firing your gun in here? Are you insane? There are customers and staff in here.
And a fucking make your face.
An apology is not gonna cut it.
Oh, my bad.
Several people have called the authorities. The local police should
I'm
be
sorry,
upset.
shot you. My bad.
Hey, can't you just let me go?
Absolutely not.
I told you, my girl's pregnant, right? I can't go to jail.
Ladylike
That's why I accepted
eyes.
his offer in the
With this
first
guy?
place. I
Jinpei?
needed money to take care of my kid.
Accepted whose offer?
Some guy named Terror. I don't know his real name. Haven't seen his face or heard his voice either. All my contact with him was through Nile.
What did he ask you to
Oh,
do?
you mean all guy, Ryuki?
Said,
Yeah, he's got one real eye, and then the other one is the eye. I want to borrow your studio for an hour or so in the tent before you start preparing for the stream. You don't let anyone need the studio during this time. That includes you. All you need to do is keep the entrance unlocked. That's all. I'll pay you $5 million. If everything goes well, I'll pay you. I get
so
through
me
the
and the
rest.
staff haven't met this Terror guy at all. I don't know what happened in the studio either.
I had no idea what was coming.
Dot dot dot. What the fuck? Come to class 3A at Sakipa High. You'll get your money there.
Class 3A at Sakiba High.
Ryuki!
Yeah, let's go.
Let's roll. But he has one real eye, which I think is brown, the eye color, and then the other one is the fake eye, the prosthetic eye, the AI eye, the AI Tama. Someone dead in here? Oh my god, it's the scientist guy. He sawed in
Director
half.
of Horodori Institute of Genetics, Chikara Horodori.
The horror.
No way. It can't be.
Nothing to be done. Ryuki chapter 2. Oh. But we're at the shrine now. What happened in the classroom? Didn't get to investigate the scene?
Mr. Date told me about this shrine. This place is so full of nature. Just like Yoyagi Park. It's just calming here.
I see.
Tama, would you mind giving me some support?
What do you mean?
I've been thinking about Chikara's murder.
Are you sure you're okay, Ryuki?
What do you mean?
I feel like all of this has been taking a huge mental toll on you.
I'm fine. More importantly, can you recreate the crime scene for me? I just need to close my eyes, right?
Yeah, but... Fine. I'll play along. You are technically my master. I can't disobey your orders.
Thanks. Let's start then.
Back into VR we go. Goes a 12-hour DVD stream tomorrow. Oof. I mean, now that you mention it. Might be tempting. Might be tempting. I wouldn't mind it at least.
It's just like the real thing.
I learned how to do 3D modeling in a correspondence course. Back when I was a student, my grandma told me I should learn a skill set.
What? What are you talking about? Whatever, I wouldn't mind a good old classic 12-hour DVD stream. Maybe, who knows? If I like the update a lot, then maybe. You never know. And depending on how hard the challenges are, they're probably not going to be that hard since it's going to be level 1. Level 1 challenges are usually pretty easy and straightforward. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't mind that one bit. It's just like good old times.
Ryuki, can you not rub your face on it?
I'm not!
What? I told you the classroom. Which is suspicious about it. Just as no suspicious about it. The monitor. The window. Yeah, we'll see how long. We'll see how long it takes for me to satisfy my DVD shakes for tomorrow.
Chikara's right side. The cross-section is stuck right onto the blackboard.
What's the estimated time of death?
Based on the time the body was discovered, that would make it about 4 hours ago.
What's
so? Around 8 p.m. on February 11th, right around the time we were meeting with Tokiko.
I'm sorry, Ryuki. This might freak you out, but there's something I have to tell you.
What?
Will you hear me out?
What?
The thing is, This corpse is so cowardly that...
It has no guts!
Oh my god.
What?
I know. That was so bad. The joke was over before I even said it. But I just had to do it. I mean, look, the corpse is completely missing its guts. I couldn't let this chance pass me by.
What a comedian.
Looks like there aren't any other clues here.
The reason the corpse is on the blackboard is because it doesn't have internal organs anymore. The open space inside the body has a lower pressure than the outside, similar to how suction cups works. Thank you for the explanation. That was it. Set to look at this gutless man. So what, they completely gutted the guy? What the hell?
Well, satisfied?
No. That's what I need you for. Wait, what? Excuse me. Nothing else to look at. What about the security cameras at Seki Bahai?
I checked the footage, but I didn't see anyone suspicious. Of course, that place is huge, so there are plenty of areas the security cameras don't cover.
Any cameras on campus?
None. Do you remember what Gen said? The security at Seki Bahai is completely lacking.
Tara the culprit.
That's my assumption. I can't think of any other suspects.
Just who is this terror?
I wouldn't be having so much trouble if I knew that.
It can't be Tokiko, can it? Tokiko was with me at Chikara's time of death, and she was in Okinawa during the incident with Jin.
Yeah, at the very least, it seems unlikely that she did it personally.
She's got a pretty strong alibi.
I feel like Tokiko is involved somehow. Chikara was a member of NICE, and he knew about Bats 490. That's not all. The appearance of Jin's corpse was made to seem like a paranormal phenomenon, as if the same thing from the Philadelphia experiment had happened.
After all, we are living in nothing but a simulation. A false world created by a program.
Could she have done all this to give her claim credibility?
I don't know, but it's possible.
But the now message Tara sent Jinpei.
I think he was lying about the money. Terror probably wanted someone to find Chikara's body.
You mean he wanted Jinpei to find it?
Not necessarily. It might have been for the police. Terror might have predicted that someone from the police would contact Jinpei.
In any case, let's go see Tokiko. I have to talk to her.
Understood. We've come this far. I'll back you up until you're satisfied.
Thank you. Back in the limo.
I've been expecting you. I thought you would be arriving
Oh,
soon.
why's that?
What do you mean?
I knew you would come see me.
It's a pond. That's a waterfall.
The symbol of knives. There are 4. They rep that is yet.
Was that new dialogue? Oh, it sounded like the same. Why the sunglasses?
These aren't sunglasses. It's a fairy's black bra.
What a degenerate.
What? Excuse me? It's not sunglasses, it's a fairy's black bra. I have so many questions, but okay, you sure? Yeah, you wear those. You wear those like a champ. Out this room.
As you know, this is the president's office at the NICE Japan branch.
The world is full of rubbish. Such things should all be washed away.
Leo. Well, yes. What's up, Flying Grit? You forgot. Oh, no, not again. Gandalf, no memory. What? What? What was that again? Oh. Well, I guess it wasn't important. No. Yeah, I guess it wasn't too important. Wasn't it? It wasn't anything DBD related, Earth Day related, tree related. I don't know. PSP related, Monster Hunter related. Ah, yes, of course. PSP related. Yes, of course. I wanted to ask you about your PSP. Who doesn't talk about the PSP daily? Yeah. Of course. Who doesn't bring the PSP up in their everyday conversations? It gets brought up daily, right? The PSP. Just like, so how's your PSP looking these days? How much dust has it collected now since you last played it? And yeah, that is a really bright fucking window. Oh my god. Need the shades for that. It's located next to the sun, this place. Oh, you think you might have gotten rid of it when you moved? No. No, the poor Vita. Rip the Vita. Salute the Vita. You'll never be forgotten. The Persona machine. Yep, Nax salute the Vita. Served as well. What served you well, rather? Yep, the Persona 4 machine. Basically all you played on it. Yeah. Sounds about right. It's probably what most people got it for. Oh, I had that Tetris game. Hey, now you know. Understandable. That's just a classic. You can never go wrong with Tetris. A classic. True classic. I didn't even play any of those games. I had the Need for Speed game for the PS Vita. The Need for Speed game, and then that like fighting game. You could use the PS Vita camera to point at like a table or something, and then you could fight on the table with the fighters in the game. I thought that was really cool. Pretty sure that's the whole reason why I wanted the Vita. So like an ad with that game, where you could use the camera of the Vita and turn anything into like the fighting arena. The whole reason why I wanted the Vita, I'm pretty sure. But then yeah, well, I only tried it once and then never, I don't think I ever used it again. Rumors of a new PS Portable. I really do wonder if that's true. And if they were actually going to do that. Because didn't they say like a couple years ago that, yeah, I'm not really too interested in that handheld thing? Oh my, exactly. I'm a fucking jabast. Omega trolled. It's just a Sony phone. It's just the newest Sony phone. You know what? I could see it. I'd believe it. It's just a Sony phone with a whole bunch of random Sony mobile games. Uncharted mobile, The Last of Us mobile. Yep. You know, I could see that being a thing. I don't know. I'd be really surprised if they do, actually. I'd be really surprised if they do actually make a new portable. Do they still make phones? I have absolutely no idea. I think they may have dropped it because I don't know. I don't see or hear anything about any Sony phones ever. The only time I've seen a Sony phone is when we played that Uncharted game. When we played Uncharted Lost Legacy, and the person you're playing as was using a Sony phone. That's the only time I've seen a Sony phone. Xperia. They do. Oh god, don't look that way. They do still make that. The Sony Xperia. I wonder how popular it is. It's probably not that popular, because I feel like I don't feel like I don't ever see that anywhere. And I don't know anyone that has it. Yeah, probably not. Probably not that popular. Probably not. Hey. Oh, that Fox Baker. Welcome, welcome. I know they're trying to make a car, though. An electric car? A Sony car? Who doesn't want a Sony car? Who are the best games ever? Yeah, the first ever. Oh. Yeah, but it was not like the beginning of this game, I think. But yeah, we played the first one last year, and oh my god, the first one is just a masterpiece. I loved it. Absolutely amazing. Absolutely brilliant game, the first one. Such a cool experience playing it for the first time and discovering everything on the first one. And this one is quite something so far. Quite interesting. In a good way so far. Found this for Zero Escape. I've yet to play those. I've been wanting to play those for the longest time, but I've yet to play them. I don't even know how I found out about this game. I don't know, actually. I have absolutely no idea. I don't know how I found out about the first game. I just randomly showed up at my house. I don't know. I don't remember. A Sony car. Does it only work with proprietary roads? It only works on Sony exclusive roads. It can only drive you to Sony stores. Maybe you synced with someone. God damn it. Maybe you synced with someone and that's how you knew about the game. Maybe. Could be. I don't know, I don't remember. I don't remember how I found out about this. But I also appreciate it. I appreciated that you're not gonna spoil it. Thank you for not spoiling it. Not spoiling anything. Very much appreciated. Anyways, what we're talking about here, we got a bit derailed. What were we doing here? Yeah, we're questioning this lady.
That was my thinking when I designed this room.
You designed it?
We were talking about Sony Xperia phones. Yes. That's why we were here with this lady. Asking her if she has a Sony Xperia phone. And what she thinks of it. We were sent here by Sony. Yeah, I mean, I can't really say too much yet since we haven't finished this, but I feel like the first one will probably always have a special place in my heart. Because all the great goofy moments and references with Ivan Data. Yeah, he's such an amazing main character, a protagonist. Date in the first game. But yeah, so far this is really cool, and so far I like all the funny fourth wall breaking. Wait, we'll see how I end up liking this at the end.
Yes, the flow of water cleanses one's heart, just like the flow of time.
Oh, my Tumaguchi. What food do you make your visiting friends? Eel liver. Why is everything related to eel? Grilled eel. I can't pretend I'm rich. Sound like a conspiracy for why you love the first one. Yeah, the first one does make you think a lot and come up with all such a cool, crazy theories. The reason why I also really like the first one is because it's the first type of game that I played where you have to like go back in different timelines and do different things. It's the first kind of game I played like that. Yeah, I don't blame you, cause yeah, man, playing this, well, yeah, but at least playing the first one for the first time, holy shit. It's such a cool, unique experience. It's one hell of a journey. One hell of a ride. That I wouldn't mind experiencing again for the first time. Anything suspicious about Tokiko?
Not really. She's a kind woman. But I obviously wouldn't tell you even if I did know something. As her secretary, it's part of my job to protect her secrets.
Mamoru is an excellent employee who faithfully fulfills his duties. I have complete trust in him.
I'm honored to hear that. I respect you from the bottom of my heart as well.
God. Absolute pervert wearing a black bra on his face. What? Okay. He's an actor wearing a black bra. The annihilation route. Is that where everyone gets murdered? That one was pretty brutal. That timeline. Oh yeah, it is. Yeah, that one is out. When we've experienced that for the first time here, I was like, what in the fuck, man? People are dying left and right. What the fuck is going on? It's a roller coaster of emotions. Fun though. But you remember how you found this game? How'd you find it? Do you know someone named Jinpei Wagai?
No, I don't.
Then do you know about Terror?
I've heard that name on the news, yes. This is about the culprit, is it not?
Yes, but...
I have absolutely no idea who it could be. I'm sorry I can't help you, but...
Jin's right half didn't teleport.
I've solved the mystery, Miss Shigure. Jin's right half didn't teleport. It was just made to seem that way. It should have been obvious when you think about it. Teleportation? It's impossible. We live in a simulation? This is a fake world created by a program? Impossible. Simulation theory is nothing but occult nonsense. Just a ludicrous myth like UFOs, ghosts, and Kappa. I'm sure there are people who like to believe in these things.
Not the Kappa.
And there are groups who profit by making people believe.
Mr. Ryuki, it appears as though
Twitch chat is an illusion.
We of Nyes have nothing to do with this.
Are you sure about that? All the pieces would fit together if Nyes is the one that made the QR video. The falsified paranormal phenomenon, what was written on the signboard, it all advances your agenda. Could it be that you wanted to spread the QR video by showing that sign along with the corpse on stream?
As I've told you, we are not the ones who made the QR video. What is the purpose of the QR video in the first place? Are you saying there is some message urging people to join Nyes in it?
Maybe. But I see you were so confused with what you're saying, so then you decided to try it out. Huh? You think you tried it out? You tried it out yourself, because then, yeah, you got to experience it. Experience the unique experience of the first game. Gave you an idea. What kind of idea? About Chikara's murder.
I know of the incident, of course. However...
How do you know already?
I know you have an alibi. We were here, having a conversation during the time of Chikara Horadori's death. But that doesn't necessarily mean you're completely innocent. You are the president of Nyes. Surely you have plenty of subordinates who can do your bidding.
Are you implying I ordered someone to kill him?
Yes.
It's a possibility.
And what would be my motive?
Well...
Good question.
Remember what Tokiko said. Chikara Horadori is an avid believer in the Order of Percent. Their order and Nyes are heading in completely different directions.
Perhaps Nyes and the Order of Percent are hostile.
I see. You're suggesting there was a conflict between organizations. It is true that Nyes and the Order of Percent have differing beliefs. However, we are not at odds with one another. Both organizations believe in the simulation theory. In that respect, we are comrades.
What do Nyes and the Order percentage believe in?
We are living in a simulation, a false world. And from this false world, we seek emancipation. That is what Nyes believes. On the other hand, the Order of Percent, we are living in a simulation, a false world. But they wish to remain imprisoned within it. Forever.
Forever?
Mr. Ryuki, have you ever played an open-world game where you play as a criminal?
What,
A
GTA?
game lets you rob, murder, blow things up, leave a trail of debris wherever you go. An absurd, heinous game where you can freely commit all sorts of horrible crimes.
I've never played anything like that, but I know what you mean.
Then you can understand. If this is a false world created by someone, then the Order of Percent believe they can do whatever they wish. To them, this place is a true utopia. A dream world where they're allowed to do anything they want with no real consequences.
That's why they want to live here forever?
Exactly.
I get it. That's why Chikara was researching immortality.
In theory, using purge, even immortality is achievable. The ultimate dream that humanity has been yearning for thousands of years. It will soon become a reality. What do you think? Isn't that wonderful?
Chikara's research on immortality.
I am aware that Chikara was very particular about immortality. However, I will say one thing. One must not believe in eternal youth. Eternal youth is a lie.
Oh.
By the way, Mr. Ryuki, do you remember what you said earlier? Simulation theory is nothing but occult nonsense. That is clearly false. The simulation theory is not occult. It falls within the realm of science. In fact, Many esteemed scientists have given serious thought to the matter. The theory was originally proposed by a Swedish philosopher. However, the concept has been around since long ago, even as far back as the days of Plato and Zhuang Tzu. This world may be an illusion. At least, there is no way to prove it isn't an illusion. There are great people throughout history who have held such ideas.
But there's no way to prove it is an illusion either, is there?
No, there is plenty of science to support it. The holographic principle, theory of relativity, the measurement problem in quantum theory can also be considered proof.
Fuck. We're getting real technical here. I see. You're just thinking of your own weird time travel explanation. Alright, all good, all good. All good, as long as you're not, spoiling anything, that's all good. Swedish philosophers clean.
I'd like to ask you one thing.
What's up?
Beings that are far more intelligent and advanced than we humans. Do you believe a civilization of such beings exists anywhere in this world? And by this world, I mean all possible worlds in the entire universe, including those outside of our own.
Well, somewhere out there, probably.
I agree. Taking that into consideration, we're left with 3 possibilities. 1. Civilization hasn't reached a level of technology advanced enough to create a simulation that can't be distinguished from reality. 2. Civilization has reached a level of technology advanced enough to accomplish this, but it hasn't for some reason. 3. Civilization has reached that level of technology and has no strong reason not to use it. Therefore, they've proceeded with creating an intricate simulation. Which of these do you think is most likely?
Are you saying it's 3?
That is what a famous Swedish philosopher believed, at least. He further explains, that civilization must have run simulations millions or even trillions of times. In which case, it would make sense to believe our world would be included in one of those simulations.
You're saying it's far more likely that we're one of the countless simulated worlds, rather than a world that exists in the one and only reality. Do I have that right?
Yes.
Okay. That was a lot, but okay. Additionally, the simulation in the real world may be a simulation itself, kind of like a Matryoshka doll. So you know, I'm not saying I believe the simulation theory. Simulation theory isn't too credible because of this Matryoshka aspect. Alright. I'm getting sleepy. What? Excuse me? Oh, this talk's putting the man to sleep. Holographic principle.
Even light cannot escape a black hole. I'm sure you've heard this before. Information is the same. It cannot escape a black hole. It's known that the amount of information trapped in this way is not derived from the volume of the black hole, but the surface area. Considering this, you can conclude that information in a 3-dimensional space is stored in the boundary of its 2-dimensional surface. In other words, all information stored in this universe is encoded in a single flat plane, just like a hologram. Regarding gravity and other physical processes, they can be completely accounted for through the laws of physics defined by the boundary surface. Let's take a character from an action game, for example. When that character falls,
wow,
you may
who's
think
that?
he was pulled to the ground by gravity. However, gravity does not
Waluigi.
actually exist in the game world. Only code was written in the program. The character's body is merely made to show as if it fell based on its code.
You think this world is the same?
The holographic principle is not a theory. It is a principle. It has already been mathematically proven.
That's a nice watch. What watch? And if any can ripple backwards in time. Oh my god. You're also coming up with all sorts of crazy theories. Nice. Processing speed processing speed problem.
Say this world really is a simulation. Then that would mean a computer or something that's running the simulation.
A lot of advanced
exists
explanation
somewhere,
happening right now.
But it doesn't seem realistic that everything that happens in the universe could be derived by calculation.
Yes, you are right. However, there is no need to calculate every phenomenon, only what observers see and experience. Take the measurement problem in quantum theory. It explains the inexplicable phenomenon observed in the double-slit experiment. Quantum matter appears as particles when observed, and as waves when not observed. For the latter, its position cannot be specified because it exists as a stochastic wave. Therefore, it must be calculated and processed as the entire wave, and is impossible to reduce. The faster an object moves, or as the effects of gravity increase along with the increase in mass, time progresses slower, as I'm sure you know.
And that's related to processing speed?
Yes. When the load during calculation is increased, a phenomenon akin to a processing failure occurs. That is why nothing can exceed the speed of light. The calculation wouldn't be able to catch up if acceleration is infinite.
Dot dot dot. Let me explain the double-slit experiment. We shoot a ray of light toward a board with two slits with a screen behind it. It causes the rays to be distorted to look like stripes. This is because the light has the property of a wave. And what would happen if we shoot light molecules one at a time? The light molecules will show up as a dot on the screen. By continuously doing this, the stripes will reappear. Why is this? The light molecules are only being shot one by one, so the board shouldn't have an effect. Next part of this experiment was done using a detection device to see which slit the molecule went through. This caused the stripes to disappear and only two lines appeared on the screen. Isn't that interesting? When it's not being observed, it appears waves, but as soon as you try to observe it, it appears lines. This is the gist of the deception problem in molecule theory. What the fuck, man? This is a bit too complicated for me. Yeah, a little bit. Very technical and advanced.
I see. Then let us leave it at that. In any case, there is no denying that the simulation theory is true. But unlike Chikara, I have no interest in the concept of immortality, because my objective is to tear at the seams of this world and emancipate us all.
So you mean dying?
No. Death and emancipation are completely different. I have no desire to commit suicide, though I would be fine with dying at any time.
Because this world isn't real.
There is that, yes. However, there is another reason.
Question mark? Question mark?
If I wish to do so, I can resurrect myself.
What? Did you upload your brain to the cloud?
Created by a program. Therefore, if we can rewrite its code, we can create miracles, like reincarnation.
Oh shit.
Or even bringing someone who has already passed back to life.
Has this woman lost it?
I think so.
Ryuki, you were right. There's clearly a lot of reasons to be suspicious of Tokiko.
Yeah. Let's check with Wingsync.
Yeah, Wingsync the bodyguard. Why'd you break the doll? It shattered into pieces.
I saw everything. If you don't do as I say, I'm sure you know where this is going.
What is this?
Looks like Tokiko is blackmailing someone.
What is it she saw?
I don't know. This is as far as we can get through Wink Sync.
Then...
Yes, let's get a deeper look into her mind. Using a regular sync.
What? How are we getting her to the station? Just gonna ask her to come down, and then yeah, she shows up. Well, that was easy.
Ryuki, just to confirm, you did get permission,
No.
right?
Exclamation
yes,
mark.
she accompanied me voluntarily and...
No, I meant from boss.
What would that be? Just me saying easy? Oh, that was easy.
She wasn't in the control room.
It's fine. I'll be sure to talk to her later.
I don't think this is a good idea. Besides, you don't look so good, Ryuki.
Why does everyone say that?
Fine. Please, I need leads to solve this case.
But you... Oh, fine. I'll help you for now, but I won't be held
Oh
responsible.
no, you have an actual YouTube link.
Look, Ryuki, please just don't cause any problems.
I'll try.
You can only stay in Somnium for 6 minutes. I absolutely need you to follow this rule.
Yes, understood.
Okay then, let's begin.
Hey, there you go. You got it right before I try. Third time's the charm. What? Oh. We're back at her office. Someone dropped a bucket of white paint in here.
I wonder if this is the Nye's president's room. It's really white, though.
Let's make an acronym poem with the letters for Nyes.
What?
Where the hell is this coming from?
N.
Okay. N.
Alan, please add textures.
Not that I know why.
A.
Good old Hitman reference.
A. Angry. I. Incoming?
Why is he so happy all of a sudden? What happened to this man?
Not that I know why. Angry incoming Shingu River Ray. The Shingu River Ray. Such a kind animal.
Angered by humans polluting waterways, I guess.
Somnium scan, activate.
How many lucks do we have? What do you mean, Monka toss? She just activated her stance. What's wrong? What happened? The close. Yeah, there's a nice close up of her hat. Yeah, into Toki's abyss. It seems like Toki was threatening someone by peeking into her mind's abyss. You might score something. There's a nice hat. A nice close up of the hat. Now we can see with this. Oh wait, is this what I think it is? Is this gonna be? Is this the same?
That was easy.
Oh no, it's not what I thought it was. This is literally what I said. That was easy. Oh, I didn't know that was a thing. Didn't know you could get a button that said that. Okay. Nice.
This is such a quiet place. So empty and blank.
Maybe that's Tokiko's mental state. Pretty eccentric. Hopefully we can find something here.
Looks like we can only interact with that ripped up book.
Right. Let's investigate.
My Tamaguchi. How hard do you like your ramen? Extra hard. I like it too. In the code. Codified to turn into turn to symbols. This means all information in existence is recorded on a flat surface. Your 2D waifus was closer than you thought. AYAYA. My 2D waifus. Yeah, nice hat she got.
A book of nice teachings. Why is it ripped in half?
Does it say anything?
Yeah, just one phrase. The intersection between the warp and weft. The rest is ripped off.
I remember Tokiko saying something like that.
The intersection between the warp and weft, that's where the seam can occur. Right?
I wonder what she meant by that.
Who knows? Why don't you join NICE to find out? Anyway, that's about all that we can get from this book.
All of ... into ... and the ... to ... Okay. Oh my god, it's an eyeball. That's the first one I've been able to find. I'm pretty sure this is supposed to be in every Somnium.
When did this get here? This wasn't here earlier.
What does it say?
That's where the seam can occur. Combining it with the book from earlier, the intersection between the warp and weft, that's where the seam can occur.
That's exactly what Tokiko said. If it's coming out in her Somnium, it must hold some significance.
It's that man.
That's just what we saw in the wink sink.
Whatever it is. Stay. What the? Okay. He can cut people in half with his mind. Stay. What? No, it's the chef. The chef of a unit. Wait, no way, that's him. He's not dead. Oh, damn it, where's the janitor? The fountain of blood, or the waterfall of blood is on again. You need to clean it. Decipher the book. Nah, huh? Saw the seam. Decipher the book and find AI. All of ... into her writing and the ...
I can't really make out what happened though. I did see Gen, I think.
It was just really chaotic.
Maybe the key to solving this Somnium has to do with what we found in the NICE book.
The intersection between the warp and weft, that's where the seam can occur. That will help us? I don't know about that. I don't see how that will help us right now.
I don't think it's completely unrelated, but...
The next suspicious thing is...
Do you see anything?
Not really. Seems a lot deeper. It was pretty shallow earlier.
Let's dive in.
Yeah, hop in.
Dive.
At
Here?
first.
Yeah. Where else would I be thinking about?
But it's really deep. And Red, what if there's an angry Shingu River Ray in there?
Enough with the complaining. You don't even need to breathe. It'll be fine. Go for it.
Fine. Why do you always gain this weird confidence during syncs?
Go lick the red water. Underwater movement? What? I can swim. Send, descend. Yum yum, lick all the strawberry juice.
That was surprising. All of a sudden, we're out of the water.
We fell from up there.
But we ended up in the same room. Oh,
Another
look, the
book.
again.
Let's check it out.
This one's not ripped. Just another single phrase. Where the black light gathers, sadness is born.
Where the black light gathers.
A skull. Multiple skulls.
Whoa, skulls? Why is Tokiko thinking about this?
Hmm? Wait, I sense something.
What is this thing?
Huh.
Hey.
You're not doing anything. With this and the skulls, this is getting really creepy all of a sudden.
Maybe that's the black. Let's just search the room for now.
Yeah. If we can't find anything, we'll reread the book and think through our options again.
All love into her rating and to those teachings. Interact with all the skulls.
This one is bigger and misshapen.
Oh, and it's gone. What? No. What is? Why is he here?
He looks like he's in pain. Why?
Is that who she saw? Well, how are they bullying this giant man? Excuse me.
Huh?
What the fuck is going on?
Disappeared. I wonder what the relationship between Tokiko and Gen is.
What was that?
Ryuki, you okay?
Oh.
I don't think
yeah.
he is.
Looks like the book was the hint. Where the black light gathers, sadness is born.
After the sync, we need to ask Tokiko about Gen.
That was the right score. Tokiko has Wait, that was right. That was the correct score. Oh. Wait, it's the No, wait, it's the
Did you see
comedian's
that?
son.
It became Shoma for a split second. Maybe Tokiko is related to him as well.
Why Shoma? Tama, make chase! Throw yourself in the water!
You make it sound like I'm committing suicide. Okay, here we go.
The janitor cleaned the water now. No longer strawberry juice. He's still sitting in her chair.
It's the same room again. But this time, the room itself is underwater too.
If this is the same as earlier, there has to be something related to Shoma.
Any robots?
It says, where the water and ideas flow, love is born.
More metaphors, huh? It must be some kind of hint, like last time.
A hand sign.
It's a hand. And this.
The non-equal X symbol.
I remember Tokiko mentioning it.
I'm curious about the water and ideas flow part.
Water and
Anyway,
ideas.
let's check inside.
Yeah, if we get stuck, we can read the hint again and figure it out.
I'll let that into her writing, and that are strongly tied to the toast.
Ryuki, you have 5 minutes remaining.
Where the water and ideas flow, love is born. Oh, wait, this one?
How should I check? High
Oh.
When in Rome, how about making the same hand sign?
Nothing is happening.
Maybe this isn't anything.
That. It seems Tokyo's that. Well, I was gonna try this one. Next to the flashbang window. Oh, that was the one?
The light is gone. Maybe we did something wrong?
Anyway, let's check the others.
Yo, that has what are all these hands? Why does it become? Why does it become green here?
Nope, nothing is happening.
Maybe we do the hand signs.
Maybe. Do you trust my intuition?
Okay.
Oh, wait, it's moving? With a... Wait, what was the hint again? Where the water and ideas flow? Oh, so is it this one? Or where the water flows or something?
It lit up.
This world is a lie. Do you understand?
Was that Tokiko's voice?
It sounded like she was talking to someone.
And now where the other one is connected to, which is this one, would be the next one. Yeah.
Too bright.
It's silent. You will follow my orders.
Tokiko's voice again.
I wonder who she's talking to. She can't be talking to herself.
You never know. She's pretty crazy after all, so don't surprise me. Tokiko has lost.
4 minutes remaining.
Maybe that one just takes me up there. This one. But we already did this one. Is it because this one's supposed to be last? I guess.
Let's transcend this world together.
What are those gang symbols? Fuck, what is it called again? The 9 symbols of the diamond or something? It's the 9 symbol of the diamond. Something like that. Feels weird, man. Wasn't it in here somewhere? Oh wait, this is not alphabetical order. Something like that, yeah. Can't fully remember it. Probably says it in here, you see. She's doing the gang sign. Nice and lost. It's the gang sign for nice and lots. It's that gang sign.
Ryuki, look! Outside the window.
But it's so bright. Jesus.
Shoma?
Oh my god, yeah. And plus the whole room is white now. He's a fucking giant. What is happening?
What's going on?
I have no idea. How many mushrooms? What's the right or wrong for this game? You know what? That's a really good question. I think I said that yesterday when we started the game, but like, man, they were definitely on some good stuff when they made this. Yeah, it was a good people trip. They were having one hell of a trip when they made this. Because yes, how the hell do you come up with something like this? God damn. Stay for the book, find out the truth.
So she does have a relationship with Shoma.
Maybe what we heard earlier was
I mean, I guess that
Shoma
makes sense
too.
because we are in the
Love
Somnium.
is born.
Somnium right now. The people trip world.
Let's think about it later. Look at that.
They're drowning.
It looks painful.
I have a bad feeling about this. Follow it.
Okay. I have a bad feeling about this. Follow it. Okay. What about your bad feeling though? Oh, I guess. Whatever. Time to die. Into the pit we go. Descend into hell. Satan.
It's the same room again, but vertical?
This is really messing with my sense of balance. How far does this room even go?
Another book. Hopefully this is the last.
People book.
It says, when the eyes are met, death is born.
Death.
Tokiko is getting more and more suspicious.
Maybe our focus should be on Nice.
An eyeball.
The book and an eyeball.
Do you think that's what is meant by eyes are met?
Maybe it's talking about me.
You are an eyeball. Tama, why don't you lock eyes with it?
Are you trying to kill me? It said death is born.
Then, when the eyes are met is...
All of her ideas are poured into her writing, and the dots are strongly tied to those teachings. Think hard.
A big eyeball. What is going on inside her head that would make this appear?
Like I said, that old woman is crazy. So what's it gonna be?
Poke eye. Sure. What could go wrong? Wow, okay.
Well, thanks. That was
I
pointless.
didn't expect her to get smacked by it. Nice.
Oh, sorry. I wasn't paying attention. Can you do it again?
I said it's pointless. Focus, Ryuki.
Taking deeper, it seems Tokyo's thoughts are more clear. But hold up. My Tomaguchi, what rank do you like? Heavyweight. 90.72 kilograms. The heaviest, but no match for me. He became an adult. Oh fuck, he became another Date. Yeah, god damn it. Bob. Oh, Bob. Exactly. Have you all of a sudden gotten more interested in this, Mr. Junior?
You have 3 minutes left.
This
Get it
is-
together, Ryuki.
This is Tama right here.
An eyeball.
Flip it.
And spin.
I set the eyes to face each other.
If it ain't Wong, it's wrong. Oh my god. He's loyal. He's loyal to his waifu. Ada Wong.
The Red Book. This book is closed.
Let's not do anything just yet. It's fair. Mr. Junior is loyal to his waifu.
An eyeball.
Poke it.
You know how when you see eyeballs, you just wanna poke them?
You don't sound like you're joking.
I hear it happens a lot in the Adachi district.
That's awfully unfair to people who live there, don't you think?
Come on. Just do it. Smash that eyeball already.
Jeez, you're weird. Fine. Nothing's happening.
Oh, it
Kiko's not from Adachi, huh?
didn't bounce back into her.
An eyeball.
It's an eyeball. How's the DBDing going, Mr. Junior?
Is this what eyes meeting means?
Now, what the hell do we do with the books?
It's a red book of nice teachings.
It has an eye symbol.
It's filled with eyes.
Those. Oh yeah, because they have to meet. Oh, you're uploading clips to YouTube now. Oh, nice. What kind of clips? DBD
A
clips?
closed book.
Open it.
I'm gonna open it. There are eye symbols on the left and right pages.
That's it?
Yep, that's it.
It might be related to when the eyes are met, death is born.
Oh, but she kept it closed though.
A closed book.
What can I do with this?
A red book.
Flip it.
If we turn it around, something will happen. Do it!
I don't think that's gonna
And
do anything.
there.
Oh well, yes. That's how I agree.
Nothing's happening.
Huh? That worked?
Huh? You were the one who said to do it.
Did you remember what it was earlier?
Huh?
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 I'm sorry.
No. Oh god damn it. No, it still hasn't come back.
Ryuki, less than 2 minutes left. Be careful.
Then yeah. Then I guess it wasn't anything related to Sony Xperia phones.
Book.
Yep, I just gained 10 eyeballs. What is happening in this game? I collect see, if I flip the book, I get an eyeball. And if I get enough eyeballs, I can buy a costume for her. You know, as you do. Collecting eyeballs as currency. Exactly, give me those eyeballs. Those are mine. My eyeballs.
I'm gonna turn it around. Nothing is happening.
Turn it around again.
Turning it around. Part 2.
And back to how it was.
Huh? What are we even doing right now?
Excellent question. Tokyo has lost all sense of emotion and her mind resides completely within nirvanA. Wait, what is up and what is down here? This way. Exactly, eyeballs are the X of this game. Egg. Egg. In this case, eyes. Eyes.
A red book. Got it.
Omega Eye.
So, did we make the eyes meet?
It looks like it. Goes down. Should I play some DVD clips? Pog. Junior's becoming a DVD YouTuber. Itching your ass, Jones. Oh, is that those the headphones you've been using? IEMs. Are they good? Haven't heard about them before. That are timies with the negative effects. Negative time spent time and are forced to be used. Yeah, one to be careful. Oh, you've had those for like 6 years? Damn, that's pretty good. They are like earbuds. Oh wait, is it those that you like, yeah, put around your ear? Attach them to your ear basically? Is that what those are? Let's retreat to Google really quick. Yeah, kind of. Let's see what they look like though. Yeah, but those are not the ones that you got. The one where you attach them to the ear. Honestly, I wonder what that would be like. I would love to try. Well, they're not headsets, but yeah. Earbuds like that, or you just kind of attach them to the ear. I would love to try that. I don't know if I would actually like, buy it and own it, but I'd just like to try that. Just once. To see what that's like. Because I'm not really a fan of earbuds. Personally, I'm not really a fan of earbuds because they always... I don't know what it is, man. My ears are too gigantic. Earbuds, they always fall out of my ear. They don't stay in. And it feels weird having them shoved in my ear. I personally prefer headsets for myself. Oh my god, he did the DuckDuckGo. Hey, what the fuck? They're only $20, these that you got? What a good fucking deal. Entry level 1. What does that mean? What does that mean? Oh, okay. There's like way more expensive version. I see. Is it that one specifically that you got, or just in that style, a type of earbuds? I guess we close this book too then. Thanks, Ashley. Hey, thanks, man. Appreciate it. Been working really hard on it, you know. Been squatting multiple times daily to make the ass as big as possible. Thank you. Thank you. Make it as thick as possible. Yeah, see, that one specifically nice. Well, let me know how you like it. Hope it's good. Hope it has nice audio quality.
Got it.
Eyeball. Flashbang. Another eyeball.
This should do it.
A new book.
When the eyes are met, death is born. Death. Tama, let's shout too.
It's a new book of nice teachings. This time, it's closed.
Open it. Everything's gonna explode.
Huh?
Yeah, it's me.
Mirror.
Am I deaf? Excuse me? He is deaf. Still doing gang signs. What the hell is happening? He has a really crazy mind. A consciousness.
What was that?
So many people. What is Tokiko thinking?
Hey, hell, that Mr. Gov. That Gov is here. Hippo Governor.
So you want me to dive in again?
Hell yeah.
Go! You have less than a minute left. Hurry!
Wee. Holy flashbang.
Thought I was gonna fall forever.
You got some balls, Tama.
Thanks.
Bangs? Question
There's
mark?
nothing
What?
here.
Doesn't look like we can learn anything here.
Hmm? That's...
Oof, that sounds annoying, having to reset up OBS. That's a lot.
At the end of an incomplete world, truth is born.
But yeah, I saw that. I wasn't there though, but hope it went well. Hope the stream went well. Besides the 20% CPU usage with OBS. What the fuck? Everything is made out of blood.
That's
Manipul X. There's something there.
Let's go.
Another book. My OBS PC has also been acting up lately, but it's probably just because I gotta update the computer and clean it of dust.
30 seconds left.
So far away, can I make it there in 30 seconds? Gonna run out of time.
Ryuki, you're out of time.
I can't make it. What the fuck?
It's almost time, Ryuki.
Huh? Already? We haven't even gotten close to the truth.
Tokiko.
It was too far away. There's no way I could make it. How was I supposed to have enough time for that? Yeah, all of that, have it on separate audio channels.
So she does have a relationship with Shoma.
Where is this? I guess you spend too much time messing around with the eyes.
It looks painful.
I have a bad feeling about
It takes too long to descend. Know how to fix it? Isn't it related to the audio channels or something? Oh, is this the eyeball pop? You just gotta click the correct channels or something, like check mark the correct ones.
It's the same room.
It's
Oh yeah, this is the eyeball pot. I guess we messed around too much here. That's fucked up though, man.
Then
I did not mean to click on it again.
maybe.
And
So
if we can.
You have 3 minutes left.
We
Get
just
it
wasted
together,
18
Ryuki.
seconds.
Eyeball.
Like I said, so what's it?
I can just hold R2 to skip. I don't have to spam X like a madman. Oh wait, but no, that one was already fine. Yeah, but just go down now and then we close one of the middle books. This one.
It's a red book of night. Got it.
This is an audio file. That's weird. That is weird. Maybe it's a new... Maybe they changed it in an update.
An eyeball.
It's an eyeball.
Ryuki, less than 2 minutes left. Be careful.
Right, then we just
A
close
red book.
this, and then that should be it.
Got it. It's a
Less than 2 seconds. God, I hope not. Because then we won't have enough time again. What time do I have now? $80 seconds. We should have enough time to make it now. Exactly. Feels fucking late, man. Oh, hold on. My Tomaguchi wants attention again. What kind of vintage item do you like? Beautiful women. Wine and women are better aged. That's sexy. No problem. Anyways. Oh, wait. No. Wait, am I gonna have the same amount of time left? Oh, God. How was I supposed to make it? Why is it so bright? Don't worry. She cried blood and turned the whole room red.
You have less than a minute left. Hurry!
There's an eyeball back there that I can't get. I can't make... Can I make it up there in time now? That's fucking rigged, man. It's so far away. I don't have enough time to make it. We should maybe be okay now this time.
30 seconds left.
I think we're cool. As long as this is the last thing, we should be fine. That has to be the last thing. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Ryuki, you're out of time.
Oh my god. Oh my god. No, it's so far. So close, yet so far. Oh, come on.
It's almost time, Ryuki.
Oh, come on, man. It's right there.
Already?
Wow, that is... That's fucking rigged. What do you mean? It was right there. That's fucked up. Wow. That's fucked up. Why did they put it so far away? What a troll. Go, 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 go. Okay, we have to do the speed run perfect. Frame perfect to save as much time as possible for the very end. Frame perfect movement and everything. Cock. Yep, gotta keep an eye on that timer. We gotta do this frame perfect. Frame perfect movement. And do everything in the perfect order. Hey, okay, I already fucked up by going up a little bit, but it's fine. Okay, so now we go over here.
A big eyeball.
We flip it. Ruined. Accidentally went up and wasted like a second. Ruined. It's gonna cost you in the end. That second could have been the difference.
3 minutes left. Get it together, Ryuki.
Alright, so now we go down and close this book here.
It's a red book of that. Got it.
Okay. And yep, then we go over here and spin this. This feels ripped, man. Get it together. Get it together, man.
An eyeball.
Get your frame perfect movement together. Fuck you doing wasting time in there. Alright, okay. Now we close this and then we go up. I forgot to use one of the times. I'm doing it too fast.
Ryuki, less than 2 minutes left. Be careful.
Jesus. If we fail this, we have to do the whole thing over, but then I guess that's fine, because then we can do the whole thing frame perfectly, I guess. Okay. I think we have more time this time, so maybe this is it for times the charm, right? Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Cry blood. Make the whole room red. Round 2. Why they put it so fucking far away, man? And so tiny as well.
You have less than a minute left. Hurry!
I'm swimming as fast as I can. It's gonna be, I feel like it's gonna be the same thing again. Time's gonna run out when I'm right in front of it. What do you think, gentlemen? Are we making it this time? Is this it? Yeah, still got 30 seconds on the clock. Oh, this might.
30 seconds left.
Is 30 seconds enough to ascend and get it? No. Oh my god, thank God. Whew, please, hopefully this is the last thing too. Thank God, man, that's so tight.
Kind of planning sheet?
The timing.
As nirvanA Initiative.
The nirvanA Initiative.
Title
No
draw.
good. There's too much blacked out.
Come on, isn't there anything else?
Ryuki.
There's
almost out of
only
time.
5 more.
Try reading more of it.
Pewter, please.
We ran out of time. I thank God that was the last one. I found a mysterious planning document. And I got 30 eyeballs. Fuck yeah. nirvanA. I got 500 eyeballs. Rolling in eyeballs. Go. Well, you can chapter 2.
Miss Shigure, I've taken a look inside your mind.
That's a normal
using
sentence.
This machine.
Where's boss? You're lazy. Don't worry. You'll get to it. Get to it the day before. Classic. She doesn't seem phased. Where's boss?
I haven't seen her. She probably hasn't arrived at Abyss HQ yet.
It took 2 seconds. Wow, that was fast. You're right. You got it, boss. That's that one, right? That's boss 3. About Jen.
Do you know someone named Gen Ishiagane? He appeared in your dream.
Dot. About Shoma.
Shoma Enda. I know you know about him. Can you tell me about your relationship with him?
Dot. Thank you. What is the nirvanA Initiative?
The nirvanA Initiative. Is it some sort of plan?
Dot. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for being so cooperative. To deal with Toriko.
Tokiko Shigure is not a suspect. We can't detain her without clear grounds to do so.
Dot.
So we have to release her.
Dot.
I guess we have no choice.
About that somnium.
You don't have to explain. The images shown in Somnium are all displayed here in the control room.
So you saw it when they failed 2 times, right in front of the last objective?
It seems you have many questions for me, but I apologize. I'm afraid I have prior engagements.
Dot.
Could you please visit me at my office again at 10 o'clock tonight?
Dot.
I will be happy to share more information with you then. Now, if you'll excuse me.
That is, if you're still alive by then. Why is it only us here?
Oh. Wait, where's Pewter?
He went to see Tokiko off.
I see. So, what do I do now?
Figure that out yourself.
What do I do now? Is the cleaning lady still in the closet? Maybe not. Go eat pancakes. Become a major league ball player. Has to tie me up in a... What? Has to tie me up in a tornado shell rope binding. Sure.
We already did that yesterday. No more for a while.
What? Excuse me?
Why not? Come on, just a little bit.
Go eat pancakes. People happy pancakes.
You think this is a damn joke? Don't make me sentence you to a panting!
What?
What?
What is that?
Okay. I'm a major league become a major league ball player.
I know. I'll become a major leaguer.
Yeah, good luck with that.
Monka S. Her facial expression. Go see Jen and Shoma.
In that Somnium earlier, Gen appeared. And Shoma did too.
So Tokiko definitely knows them. And yet...
Could you please visit me at my office again at 10 o'clock tonight?
Tama, what time is it now?
A little past 1300. We have almost 9 whole hours until the appointed time.
9 whole hours.
Let's talk to Gen and Shoma. Where are they now?
Well... I can't track down either of them.
Oh my god, they're both dead.
Either their phones are out of battery, their GPS is off, or they're somewhere without any signal.
Then we'll have to take a guess. Maybe Shoma is at school.
No, he hasn't been there in a while.
He hasn't been going to school?
It seems not.
Dot dot dot. Dot dot dot.
Well, I'll get to that later. So then Shoma must be at home. Or...
Yes, he really loves this Ferris wheel too.
At the rooftop amusement park at Misatan.
Gen is probably at his restaurant, or the warehouse district at the port. He once told me he loves the warehouse district, and that he goes there all the time to look at the sea.
So we have 4 destinations to check. Let's get moving.
Well, let's hit the road. Actually, hold on. Let's... Actually, no. We haven't done a chapter yet. And I think it's every time you do a chapter, you get new outfits. Class up. C2 to C1. Mermaid outfit. Not appearing on your follow list? I don't exist. I'm shadow banned. I'm the hidden Twitch streamer. I don't exist. We're invincible. The phantom streamer. Both of your phones. Yep. Phantom streamer. We don't exist. Shadow band. Phantom band. But yeah, it does that sometimes. It's just Twitch. Twitch twitching. Give me those cat paws.
Show me too.
We have a lot of eyeballs. Should I get the mermaid outfit? Twitch unfollowed you from me. Wouldn't surprise me. I feel like I remember hearing about that a couple months ago being a thing. Twitch randomly unfollowing people.
It's perfect. It's just like the real thing.
I'll back you up until you're satisfied.
Bringing someone who has already passed back to life.
Look, Ryuki, please just don't cause any problems.
Let's transcend this world together. Could you please visit me at my office again at 10 o'clock tonight?
Which is trying to ruin your follow age. Again. Even more pressure on you. Why is that more pressure on you? Just because he's not double checking it? This guy's founders and he's already followed for 2 days. What the fuck? Imagine. X. Well, let's go to his home first. First one on the list. A limo. What if you get it wrong? You got this. Unless you're completely intoxicated or something while you're doing it, then you'll be fine. You'll be fine. Hey, he's actually here.
Shoma, the director of Horodori Institute, Chikara Horodori, was killed. Did you know about that?
Why are you asking me? Of course I know. A killer calling himself Terror did it. But he hasn't been caught yet.
That's why. I want you to help me. Help me uncover Terror's identity.
Hold on a second. Can you tell me about you?
Worried about work?
No.
Worried about money?
That's right.
Ah, not enough money?
I use it right away.
Yes, I get it. When you see something on sale, you can't help yourself, right? Games, porno mags.
Exactly. In that order too.
If it's all legal, I won't nag.
There he is.
It's fine. Dress me as you please.
Thank you.
Purr, purr.
Oh my god.
Maybe I'll get fancy faces, like the kind that great authors wear.
That audio glitch out.
I hope you don't end up looking like those middle-aged guys that drink in the middle of the day.
And this green top. Now I'll show up in a suit. You need to see that? Well. Let's just say it's not going to be any ordinary suit, if you know me. Gonna be a DBD themed suit with my Hitman tie.
It's not a rooster doll.
It's his wedding. Yeah. Gotta make it a memorable one. By showing up as a clown.
The kitchen is lewd, don't you think?
What?
How?
Exactly. See, Dante knows. Show up in the Mikey cosplay. Then just stare at everyone. Stare at everyone from afar behind the bushes. While they're walking out of the church. And then just stare at the distance. Hold on, wait, was that my Tamaguchi? Was my... How long should whiskey be aged? 6. The young and naughty isn't bad. What if you're his best man? Then it's all the more reason. All the more reason. All the more reason to make it even more goofy and memorable. You heard that. How to get Dante's attention. Mention DVD. And he'll be right awake. Switch out the rings of meat hooks. I mean, I'll do that if it was my own. But I'm not gonna mess with a ring someone probably spent thousands of money back on. I'm not gonna do that. $60 popcorn. It's I think it's Scooby popcorn. It's a TV emote. It's a BTTV emote, the popcorn one.
Ryuki, there's Moraemon inside the closet.
Yeah.
Yep.
So cute.
I'm cuter.
What are you getting jealous for?
Whew, this really takes me back. I remember playing with drawers when I was young. I would make stairs out of them and climb up.
And you were young.
Are you sure you're an AI?
Okay, question for you. What do you call an older woman who can't keep her hands off you?
A masseuse.
No, the answer is cougar.
What? Come on.
What? How is that related to the trophy?
Itatsu are kind of erotic, aren't they?
How so?
No. He's not gonna tell us why.
Okay, question for you.
What?
What do you get
Is
when
this
you
sound
change
effect?
the D's in Diddy to T's?
Oh my god.
Did he?
Oh, come on, say it.
He's not gonna say it.
It says it's okay to fall off the horse. You're a saddle, after all. That's incredibly deep.
Is it?
Look at the Afghan face, but so
It's a picture of Ame no Uzume, the goddess of entertainment and laughter. A long, long time ago, when Amaterasu Omikami hid in the cave of Ama no Iwato, the world was covered in darkness. Troubled, the gods had a meeting and decided to have Ame no Uzume dance for them. And so, Uzume dropped her hips down low and danced her butt off, her breasts swinging this way and
What?
that. Then, the gods burst out into laughter. Amaterasu, who was hiding in the cave, said, "Huh? What's going on? Those people outside are partying it up. Man, I gotta get out there." Amaterasu quietly opened the cave and peeked outside. She was then yanked out from hiding, and light returned to the world.
Uzume is kind of amazing.
Telling us a story
True soul of a comedian.
about the
This is
goddess.
what I'm known as goddess of entertainment and laughter.
Possibly the world's oldest comedian.
I'd love to smack Ryuki's ass with that folding fan.
That's a wonderful dream to have. I hope it comes true for you someday.
What the fuck? The tone she set that in. God damn. I think we've looked at everything. Do this time before I forget.
Why? Why me?
Happened to the girl? What girl, Misuki? Well, from that scene, that was in the present time. And that was 6 years in the past, where she's still 12. And well, she's probably in school now. Set an evil map next time you get on. Alright. Well, you got it, Dante. We're playing DBD tomorrow, so yeah. First map of the day tomorrow. It's gonna be the PD. Yeah, we're doing DBD tomorrow. But yeah, she's 18 in the present timeline, but obviously he is six years in the past. She's 12. Y'all, yes. What's up, Langrid? What happened? Did we remember now? Why are we playing DBD tomorrow? Well, the new update came out today. Added and changed a lot of important things. A lot of big changes happened today in the update. Like they added the visual terror radius from the mobile game, and they changed Dead Hard and Circle Healing, all the perks that people use a lot. And then they made the blood web even faster. New cosmetics. And then tomorrow, which is why we're playing it tomorrow, the new tome opens with the new challenges and new rift. So we're playing it tomorrow. I love the blood web, exactly. I love spending 5 million years in the blood web spent leveling up Michael. But yeah, they made it even faster. I mean, you can still do it the old way if you want to. They still kept that. You can turn it off in the settings. Keep it the old way if you want. You can still get that blood web sim if you so desire. But for the people that don't like the blood web sim, they made it even faster. It will be 5,000 years with how long it takes for us to spend blood points. And how derailed we get during it. What the hell? I'm just conducting a social experiment to see how many variants you'll respond to. You see how many variants of my name will respond to? Alright, I see. Man, it's even right here too. Like this news section, they're making use of this now because it's right here. Dead by Daylight, update 6.7.0. Yep. And they might as well just set that because you can't. I thought you could actually read the patch notes here, but you can't. This is all it says. The 6.7.0 update is releasing today with the adjustments we made since the last PTB, including the medkit changes, perk tweaks, kill updates, visual terror rates, blood improvement, and more. Cool, but then what exactly is it? Improvements. They haven't met the TPT community. Yeah, the most raging, the most baby raging community there is. Like, exactly, like... Oh, hold on, I have to say this. Like, you know, they have that Prime Gaming thing, DBD. Like, the past couple of times, you've been able to get, like, a new outfit, or unique outfit with the Prime Gaming codes. But tomorrow, like, this month's Prime Gaming drop is going to come out for DBD. And what that is a free, basically, they're going to give you the pass. They're going to give you the Rift Pass for free at Prime Gaming this month. Like, usually you have to pay 1,000 Auric cells in the game to get the premium pass for the Rift. But this month, with Prime Gaming, if you have it, you can get the premium Rift Pass for free if you're Prime Gaming. And well, people are complaining about that for some reason. You're giving the Rift away for free? Why? Stop giving it away for free. I want to give you money. Like, fucking, what in the fuck? I don't understand people complaining about that, because first of all, they're giving you the pass for free, which means you get every single thing in the Rift for free. And if you level the Rift up to a certain level, you'll be able to get 1,000 extra Auric cells for free, which you can use for the next pass to buy that for free. Like, yeah, I don't understand people. I don't understand them. How are they complaining about free stuff? I guess you'll give it away for free. Stop it. Like, man, that's honestly really nice, because usually I buy the Rift when we have completed it, but now I don't have to. Just giving it away for free. Exactly. It's like, but I want to spend my money. I want to give you money, behavior. No. But yeah, it's apparently somehow still the thing, Prime Gaming. It's really only useful. It's really only useful for DBD. Other than that, it just gives you a whole bunch of random shit in random mobile games, for the most part. Couple like some free shit. Yeah, that's honestly really nice. That if you're at Prime Gaming, you're gonna get the Rift Pass for free tomorrow. You don't have to pay for anything; it's free. And level up the whole pass and get everything in it for free, and get 1,000 bonus Auric cells for it. But then, wait, hold on. Then they also changed, they just updated that thing I posted about in Discord with Frilla the Hunt. Like, Frilla the Hunt is supposed to give you 10% bonus blood points for every totem still on the map. Like, yeah, that's what it's supposed to do. But apparently it hasn't been doing that this whole fucking time for the past, like, almost 7 years. They finally now fixed the perk and made it so it finally gives you the bonus 10% blood points for every totem left on the map. Finally. Because apparently it wasn't working this whole time. I didn't even know about that. Like, what? It took them almost 7 years to fix that? Jeez, man. I guess that was really low on the priority list, eh? Fucked up, man. Surprised no one noticed that I ever complained about it. Oh, well, it's nice that it's that now. They finally fixed it. Yeah, you saw that. So I posted it in the Discord. Yeah, I'm so excited. Oh, I don't play DBD. But this is amazing news. Yay. See, finally, someone's excited for it. Finally, someone that's not complaining about free shit. I don't understand, man. How can you complain about them giving you the pass for free? What the fuck's wrong with you? That means you just saved your money, and you save your money, and instead you could buy the cosmetic from the store, or a DLC that you don't have, or something else. Take it and never use it. Hey, yeah, like, who doesn't like free stuff, right? Who doesn't like free stuff? I guess the DBD community. They don't like free stuff. They don't like a lot of things. They don't like anything. They are very hard to please. Only thing that would please them is a Five Nights at Freddy chapter. Then again, not really. They'll probably find a way to baby rage about that too. You like wasting that money. They like giving behavior all of their income, all of their money bags. But your phone's GPS being turned off.
I had my phone turned off.
Why?
Because there was no reason to turn it on.
I heard you haven't been going to school. If you don't mind, could you tell me why?
I do mind, but can't you tell? I'm all alone.
Question mark.
Just like that Jin person.
Jin?
I read about it online. He had been sick for a long time. I don't know what his condition is called or whatever, but it was some sort of chronic disease. He was sick since he was young. Stayed in the hospital for a long time, didn't have any friends. According to the article, he took his classes from the hospital. I felt bad for him. One is lonely enough as it is, but he's only one half.
One half? What do you mean? Freddy! Freddy doesn't help me. He's trying to kill me. No, Freddy. I thought we were friends. Freddy. You know, if there was ever like a chance of that happening, a Freddy chapter, if there was ever the slightest chance of that happening, then it would be so perfect for them to release a FNAF chapter around when the movie comes out here in October. Like the movie comes out in October and the chapter comes out in December or November. That would be the optimal. That would be like the only possible time for that to come out. Like the highest possible chance of that ever happening if it were to happen. But it is a very low chance of FNAF happening because, yeah, they set themselves at some point. It doesn't. FNAF doesn't fit into DBD. Unless they change their mind about that. Never say never. Exactly. But yeah, unless they change their mind about that, I don't think it's highly likely it's gonna happen. But like I said, like since, you know, the FNAF movie's coming out this October, and the same people making the FNAF movie are also making the DVD movie, maybe they somehow convince behavior to like, hey man, this FNAF thing is really popular. Maybe you should put it in your game. Just saying, you know. Maybe they somehow convince behavior to change their mind about it and, yeah, work together and then release a chapter around when the movie comes out, and then, man, that would just be perfect. That would be the perfect scenario for. It would be so popular. It would work so well. It would work so well. Business-wise, at least. Bug Komiji.
I'm sorry, but please don't ask about my dad. I don't want to be reminded of him.
That's fucked up. What's your relationship with Tokiko?
What?
Tokiko. Tokiko Shigure. I think you might know her. Then what about NICE? Tokiko is the president of NICE.
Why does that matter?
It matters. Terra is definitely related to the QR video. There's a high probability that the video was made by Tokiko, who's the president of NICE.
So what? Leave me alone. Please. I just want to be left alone.
At the QR video. Oh, hold on, my Tamaguchi. Tell me where you hide your important books. A toilet tank. That's where a dealer sells their goods. How do you know that?
I don't know much about that video. I barely even watched it. I only know about Bats 490.
That reminds me, you haven't told me the details of Bats 490 yet. The rumor is, people who decoded that video message have gone missing. But they all left behind the same clue. I've learned the secret of the world, but you haven't disappeared. Why?
Don't ask me. All I did was decrypt the code. I didn't go anywhere. The only thing I know for sure is that Bats 490 is an ARG. It's just a game. But the nirvanA trial, on the other hand...
What's that?
nirvanA trial?
Tell me more. It's the nirvanA trial.
It's a video that's been going viral. It was uploaded to ViewCube first, and then it blew up from there. A bunch of people who watched it have gone missing.
Ryuki, I found the video. Do you want to see it?
No, I'll watch it later. This is more important.
He doesn't want to go missing.
Just so I have the facts straight. This is completely different from the QR video and Bats 490, right?
I already told you, Bats 490 is just a game. No one really went missing, and it had nothing to do with the secret of the world. But the nirvanA trial is different. It's not just a game, it's real. There's something seriously messed up about it.
You've seen it?
No, I was too scared. But people are going missing, one after the other.
Tama, any information on these missing people?
There are about 90,000 people who go missing in Japan each year. That means, on average, about 1,730 people go missing each week.
Jesus, that's
this
a lot.
Week, there have been 1,880 missing persons reports filed. That's 150 more than the average, but I can't say whether that's related to the video or not.
Sorry, I need to go somewhere.
Wait, we're not done here.
You can keep the door unlocked. See ya.
Where the fuck are you going? I thought you said you were alone. The hell are you going?
I can't believe it. He actually left.
I don't believe it either.
What kind of person goes out and leaves a stranger in his home?
Nothing we
Time
can
to
do.
ransack
Like
the
we'll have
entire
to get
place.
moving too.
The fuck could he be going? Department store. Oh, is this the amusement park? Oh, is this where he's going? Is he going to the Ferris wheel?
Ryuki, why did you come here?
I thought Shoma might be here. I still need to ask him some questions.
But it looks like he's not here.
Looks like it.
Anyway, no point in staying here. Unless you're planning on doing a ritual to summon UFOs.
What?
Maybe another time.
Let's go somewhere else.
Yeah, not in the mood to meet any aliens right now. Yeah, but he could have. It's a valid idea that he could have gone to the Ferris wheel. Airplane. World. Wait, why are we going here? Oh, because he owns this place, right? The Rip guy. The unit. The restaurant. Oh, he's actually here.
Oh, Mame is here too.
Oh my god, he said never. Oh my god, I can't believe it.
And what would that be?
Well,
he said never. Yeah, suppose you did never say never, but he did it. Absolute rebel. Madman.
I know.
Wait, what? I accidentally skipped it. Don't drink them. Oh. Maybe. Oh my god, now he said maybe. He found the loophole in the system.
That's a picture of Ganesha, the Hindu god.
Maybe. Perhaps. Who knows? Long teeth. She has a grave expression on her face. Needs to be packing some food. You okay?
I'm not sure why, but she seems to be a bit down today. I'm sure she'll be back to her usual self eventually.
Nah.
Please let her be for now.
Nah. How are you?
It's all right now, because I am here. Half might, half for all. We are full-time heroes.
What? Okay.
Hey, that's my thing.
Hello, cook. I'm not high. Hello, chef. You been at the gym today? Didn't see you down there. You've just been in the kitchen all day? What's wrong?
Maybe she lost 50,000 yen on pachinko slot machines.
That's very specific.
We're talking about.
Well, it's better than having loose slots in other ways.
What other way?
Oh my god.
No, you know.
No, I don't.
Let's talk to the cook. About your phone's GPS being turned off.
Oh, it just ran out of battery.
You're watching too much porn.
Whoa!
Don't you have a softer way of saying that?
You're watching too much porn.
That's not what I meant.
I said, yes, what? Whoa! Madam. You can't just say that. Very brave of you to just say that, though. To the chef. Oh, what do you mean, huh? You didn't hear it? Wanna hear it again?
You're watching too much porn.
There you go. You heard right. Tokiko.
Again, do you know a woman named Tokiko Shigure?
Never heard that name before.
Really?
Yeah. Who is this Tokiko person?
The president of an ideological society called Nice Laws.
What is this game?
Nice.
Just a funny little detective game.
Or whatever?
Yeah.
With the side of
Actually
people tripping.
exists? I thought it was just an urban legend.
I thought so too.
So what's that got to do with the case?
And porn. I started to tell Bats 490. I told him slightly, among other things.
So I tried searching through Tokiko's memories using a certain
And
device.
gang signs.
While I was in there, I saw you.
I mean, this game is absolutely great. It's a one-of-a-kind experience. Highly recommend.
I see. But I'm telling you, I don't know this person you're talking about. It could be someone else wearing the same mask.
That doesn't sound...
It's also possible that Tokiko knows Gen, but not the other way around.
I don't think anyone else could be as ripped as you. About the nirvanA initiative.
Is there anything you can tell me about the nirvanA initiative?
What is that? Is it some sort of plan?
I think so.
Sorry, I don't know what that is.
How helpful. Nope.
Yuki, there's something bothering me. Something is wrong with Amame.
Yeah, she doesn't seem very energetic today.
No, not that. Her heart rate jumped dramatically earlier. Right when she heard the words Tokiko and nirvanA initiative.
Wink sync. What?
It's okay, it's okay. Everything will be fine.
Why are we staring at the grandfather clock?
What was that?
I don't know.
Are you hiding something? What the fuck? Yeah, just ask her straight up. Are you hiding something?
Mame, are you hiding something? ...
I'll take that as a yes. About Tokiko.
Do you know Tokiko? ...
No. Jesus. No, yeah, she just pulls out a giant pistol. Pulls out the smoke gun and just shoots us. No. About the nirvanA
Do you know
initiative.
something about the nirvanA initiative? ... Hey, Gen. There's something I want to ask Mame. How do you think I can get her to talk to me?
Let's see. Amame likes trivia, so maybe if you frame your question like a quiz?
A quiz? A quiz... Hey, Mame.
She knows our plan though. The last man on Earth.
The last man on Earth heard a knock on his door. Who was it?
Death.
No good, huh? The answer was a woman.
Nope, that's wrong too.
What?
The answer is LGBTQ+. You're sorely mistaken if you think there are only men and women in this world, dumbass.
Stop questioning. What kind of pan?
What kind of pan can you not cook with?
The answer is simple. Panties.
Oh, come on.
The price of a ball.
A bat and a ball together cost 110 yen. The bat is 100 yen more expensive than the ball. So, how much does the ball cost?
You would think 10 yen is the correct answer. If the price of the ball was 10 yen, that would make the price of the bat 110 yen, which would add up to 120 yen. And therefore, the answer is 5 yen, and the bat 105 yen. How cheap is that? It's probably more expensive than Ryuki's bat and balls. What? The highest mountain in the world is...
The highest mountain in the world is Mount Everest. But what is the second highest mountain?
K2.
I wasn't asking you.
Stop questioning. Time to get serious. Bad cop routine time.
No response.
I'm at a loss. Oh, I know. Maybe if you play that song.
What song?
One moment, please. I'll get it ready.
Oh god. Epic jam time.
Late at night, I get a call from you. Satellites circle and fade from view. My voice wavers and my words fail me. So I'll sing. In the dark, the shadows settle in. We embark, but cannot see a thing. Rejoice, you're not alone, you are renewed. Everyone is here with you. There is hope within that shining light. The morning sun sees flowers bloom in snow. There is rain within those cheerful eyes. Where it falls, a gorgeous green will grow. And in time, even if the colors turn gray, those memories of you and me, those effervescent
Spends all day stirring the pot. Yep, that's his workout routine. Stands there for 12 hours straight, stirring the pot.
Thanks, Genny. I think I feel a bit better.
That's good.
Looks like Amame is back to her usual self.
So is that a mountain emoji? It is a mountain emoji. Hoping to climb Mount Everest. Look at him. Keep stirring. Get ripped. Make Arnold proud. Keep stirring the pot. Doing prep work.
Yes, I'm doing prep work for tonight. I can't make the dishes in advance, so I have to start from scratch every day.
Oh my god. Hey, that's him. It's him stirring the pot right there. Adding some extra taste into the dish. Sweating right into it. Is the restaurant doing well?
It's doing all right. I can only do what I can to make my customers happy.
But you don't want Matsushita Diner to show you up, right?
Of course not.
You like the warehouse district, don't you?
Did I say something like that before?
Yeah, I think you did.
I have fond memories of the warehouse district. I go there every morning and...
You always stop by there after stocking up at the market, right?
Do you go buy stock every morning?
Yes, since I can't store meat or fish in the freezer.
And the freezer in the back doesn't open anymore.
Why not?
I can't find the key.
Oh my god.
The freezer is locked?
Yes. Though I can still use the refrigerator, so I'm able to manage for now.
What kind of restaurant? I don't think it's gonna pass the security or health check. So how do we get in the fridge? Oh, that's the thing, you can't. I lost the key. What? Oh, refrigerator. Freezer, yes, not fridge. Seems a bit suspicious. He's hiding corpses out in the freezer. What was the song from earlier?
I was going through a very painful time of my life. It was so bad that I didn't even want to go on. Then, Genny played that song from earlier.
You mean he wrote it?
Well, yes.
The title is The Flower That Blooms in Snow. He recorded it on a cassette and gave it to me as a present.
Cassette?
Is that?
It's a portable cassette player.
Oh my
Are
god.
you familiar with them?
What is that ancient
This is my first time
device?
seeing one in person. That's a Volkman, right?
I always have the cassette player on me with the tape inside.
Wow, impressive. I didn't realize that not only are you a good cook, but you can write songs too.
This is a bit embarrassing.
A Walkman, a can of cassette player. Flower that blooms the snow. The song was recorded. The song is a nice song. Is it gonna explain to me what a Walkman is? Surely. Explain it for all the Zoomers that don't know what it is. LGBTQ+. The acronym LGBTQ+ stands for lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer / questioning. I love them all. Aww. How wholesome. K2 is the second A mountain in the Karakoram range, as Ryuki said. It's the second highest mountain in the world at 8,611 meters. In Pakistan and the Uyghur Autonomous Region of China. Your K2 is so big. That doesn't explain what a Walkman is. That's surprising. What do you vow to protect? Life. Namakatsu, that's sexy. Back to sleep. Why were you feeling down earlier?
It was nothing.
Did you get jilted or something?
No. I just lost 50,000 yen on pachinko.
What? He actually lost 50,000 on pachinko. Oh my god. Konami, look what you've done. She went and played the Metal Gear Solid pachinko. Exactly. She's been people gambling. Ah, just one more spin. People gamble. Ah, just one more. This is it. This is the one. Can we play pachinko in this? Yo. Hell yeah! Can we hit up a pachinko parlor after this? I could go for a few spins. I could go for a few spins in the pachinko. 0 out of 10. No gambling. Look elsewhere. Look elsewhere. Look elsewhere for your people gambling. Set fixes. Where are all the pachinko games at? Probably Japanese exclusive. Look at waste all your imaginary money. Well, this isn't the game for you, I'm sorry. Look elsewhere. Look elsewhere, it says AI, the SOMNIUM Files developer. This isn't the place for you to spend your imaginary money. Look elsewhere. Try that GTA game. They have a casino. That might be for you.
See?
You can't be serious.
Tokiko.
I only know her name from the internet. I just love stories about the occult and conspiracy theories. And when I looked up Nyes, that name came up.
Oh, looking to experience being on a psychedelic trip without the mushrooms? Then this game is for you. Then you've come to the right place. AI SOMNIUM Files. It's right up your alley. You're looking to experience a psychedelic trip without the mushrooms.
I read about that on the internet too. It was on an occult news
Wait, what did he say? Why was that muted?
Then what about the nirvanA initiative?
Supposedly, there's some sort of sinister plan by that name. But that's all that was written about it. Really, I'm telling the truth. Trust me.
Meh. Meh.
We didn't get leads despite all that time we spent here. Neither of them had any information on Tokiko.
But if that's true, why was Gen in Tokiko's SOMNIUM?
Anyway, we can figure that out later. let's investigate somewhere else for now.
They've been everywhere. Are we really going to the docks? Sure, I'll go there, even though no one's there.
Ryuki, why are we here?
Remember how I
Who is
said
that?
before that I like nature? The sea is also a part of nature.
Tut tut tut.
By the way, Tama, look over there.
That's...
You know them?
Oh, no, not really. I've just seen them around before.
Dressed kind of strangely, don't you think? Maybe they're coming back from a cosplay event.
Yes, that's it. Yep.
Excuse me. I'm sorry, do you have a minute?
You.
What? Loi. Yes. What happened? What's up, language? Are we still continuing the social experiment? Noted, yes, okay. He responds to Louis. Right, noted. Noted it down.
Wow. Looks delicious.
What are you imagining?
What?
It's one of those things that keep your teeth aligned.
That's a retainer.
Oh my god. Wait. What happened? Yotota.
It says Okiura Fishery.
Okiura is Mizuki's maiden name, but I think that's unrelated to this case.
How do you know?
Because I know.
It's the warehouse from the first game where the Polo Smuck first made his first appearance. The box. Yotota. Yeah, don't you know the infamous Yotota?
Ryuki, look! There's a flock of angry finless porpoises over there.
They're probably here to protest against microplastics.
Is he in there? Oh god, I don't think you want to find out. He's waiting on the other side of the gate. Polo Smuck ready to strike, just hit. Open the door. Come on. You know you want to. Come on in. Polo Smuck. Let me show you around the place. Promise I won't do anything. Polo Smuck.
You like a nice oil drum-shaped woman, don't you, Ryuki?
What?
Where did you get that idea?
And then as soon as we enter, he pulls out his smoke gun. The Polo Smuck.
Those are called mallards, right?
You mean Ballard.
Feels weird, man. Nice oil drum shaped woman. Yep. Perfect investigator. Toda.
What's going on? What could he be plotting?
Wait. Who the fuck are you? Who are you?
I don't need to tell you anything.
Dot dot dot. Why are you dressed like that? I just saw someone hang out the docks with a mask on. What was the problem? It's normal, right? Hanging at the docks with a mask and a hood on. And barefoot? Very normal, yes. That's a diving equipment, right? Yeah, so they're gonna go diving. I just realized that they're barefoot. Yeah, there's diving equipment, right? Yeah. Diving equipment looks so fancy nowadays, I guess. Yeah, it's very advanced. How you dress like that?
None of your business.
Dot, dot, dot. What are you doing?
Nothing.
Do you know me? Dot, dot, dot. Path, would you
You're
say?
beginning to annoy me. Would you please leave?
Oh, okay. Sure. I'm not related. No, I think I dropped my Lego. No. That's how we'll make him talk. Lego torture. Mass person is you in conversation. It's like, I don't need to tell you. It's none of your business. Ugh. You're being annoying. Could you leave already? She's like, no, I don't want to talk, man. Leave me alone. Go away. Can't you tell I'm just... Say, none of your business. Can't you just tell I'm trying to enjoy the view of the ocean here at the docks? What's so wrong with that, huh? This is just my normal everyday outfit. I'm just... Get away, man. Get away from me.
Annoy you?
Fine. Then I will take my leave instead.
People leave.
The day to take action is approaching, and I must stop the plan.
Stop what?
Bye.
There she goes.
What was she talking about?
I don't know. Cosplay band, maybe?
I've never heard of a plan like that.
Then maybe it's a family plan. Whatever the case, I think it's clear that that woman isn't all there. Let's forget about it. More importantly...
Your totem.
On to the next place, huh?
Oh. Feels a weird man. And then just mass leaves. Mass leaves. You ruined my dock viewing experience. Oh my god. Importantly, it's time for a word from our sponsor. Raid Shadow Legends. I don't know if you heard about it before. But it's this really cool mobile game. This really cool mobile game. I don't know if you heard about it before. You probably haven't. It's quite niche. Quite a niche mobile game. Brand new on the market. Everyone talks about it. Very new on the market. Everyone talks about it. Very niche. All of that doesn't make any sense.
Ryuki, you look tired. Are you okay?
After all that, we haven't made any progress at all. It takes a toll, knowing you've wasted your time on a case like this.
Why don't you rest for a bit?
I plan on it. That's why I came here. This place is always therapeutic for me.
Is that...
Leon.
What's he doing here?
Let's go find out.
Never heard of it. Oh, you never heard of it? Oh, then that's why I'm here. Tell you boy all about Raid Shadow Legends. Tree.
That machine shed isn't used anymore. It used to regulate the fountain pump.
Concrete bench.
Wow, it's spreading out so vigorously.
Yeah.
What's with you? You're not fun today.
Really? I'm always like this.
She sounded so annoyed.
What's with you? You're not fun today.
Vending machines. Exactly. She really sounded like Bill's weird man. Yeah, she had no fun today. Huh. Can't believe I have to work with you. No fun at all. Vending machines. Is it a balloon vending machine though? That's the real question. The superior vending machine balloon. What are you doing?
I was watching the sky.
The sky?
Yeah, like I told you. I've dreamed about being up in the sky since I was a little kid. I always wanted to be a pilot.
You mean pilot?
Walk up to someone. What are you doing? You know, I'd probably get jump scared, or at least shocked. Just shocked, like, what the fuck? Someone out of nowhere just walks up to me and like, what are you doing? I probably wouldn't even know what to reply with. Because I don't even know what I'm doing. Probably. Why are you here?
I like this part. It's quiet, peaceful, serene.
I know the feeling.
It's the perfect place to be left alone with your thoughts.
I agree. But what were you thinking about?
About that.
Oh, I just got a request from someone. I agreed to do it on the spot, but now I'm not sure if it was the right choice. I've been wondering if I should have refused instead.
What was the request?
Can't tell you that. It's confidential.
What, to rob a bank?
Well, I don't know the situation exactly, but I understand what you're asking. You want to get inside that facility and take a look around. Maybe there's something there. Though I didn't see anything last time I was there. Oh well. I'll accept your request. So stop making that face, alright? Cheer up, please.
Facility?
I don't know.
What facility?
By tonight, he must have meant today. The night of the 12th, right?
I would assume so. He did say he just got the request.
Who did it come from?
I can't tell.
Anyway, I'll be going now.
He does. And and the person that he's doing that to, is that mind becomes like numb. I'm not really sure how that works, but yeah. That mind becomes numb, so I guess they basically just become a zombie for like 10 seconds. I don't know, it's a bit weird. Yeah, he basically just, he does his little stands and he just stands there and stares at them for 10 seconds. While the person he's staring at becomes a zombie, basically, because the mind gets numbed. So they both just stare at each other, I guess, for 10 seconds while that's happening.
Looks like you've got a lot on your plate, but try not to overdo it. See ya.
Okay, goodbye.
By the way, Ryuki, about the nirvanA trial.
Now that you bring it up, we haven't watched the video yet.
Oh, time to get
Wanna watch
kidnapped.
it?
Yeah, play it.
People who watch this video get kidnapped.
I'm sorry. Can you please play it for me?
Very well.
Movie time. Elephants. Hippo trip. Jesus Christ, man. This really feels like something like after you watched it, you're gonna die within like 7 days or something. Wrong category. Yeah, we switched to LSD. Exactly, the ring lady's gonna show up. It's gonna crawl out of my monitor after 7 days. After we've watched this. If I don't get someone else to watch it. His face. Yeah, I agree. What, your dreams aren't like this? Nah, am I doing something wrong then? Because I can't quite say that my dreams are like that. Oh, colorful with people falling up and down and the staircase and elephants and whatever the hell was happening. Wait, is that actually how that started? Because of the Ring movie made that popular? Like, make a copy of the movie, otherwise you die within 7 days. That's funny. Funny if that's actually how it became so popular. Are you just joking? That's not how that whole share thing became popular? That'd be kind of funny though if that was the reason. That was so popular back in the early 2000s and stuff. Just, oh, share this video on your feed, otherwise you'll get 72 years of bad luck. People reposting the video, man, that would be crazy. Then, yeah, if it came out now, The Ring, during the social media era, they'll probably be really scary, and they'll probably be really extremely popular. Oh yeah, people sharing it everywhere. People being really fucking terrified, like, oh god. Wasn't there a remake? Well, there's the free original, the original Japanese trilogy. And then, yeah, there is the American version. That's from like 2006, I think. As far as I know, I don't think there's been. I don't know. I think right now there's like a show or something, but it's only in Japan. Not really a movie. Yeah, there hasn't really been like any new major remake movie or anything, as far as I know. But 2017? Wait, really? Like a Japanese one or an American made one? Let me see. Yeah, there's a America one. I haven't even heard about this. And Ring Resurrection. Hold on. Ring versus Predator. That'd be really goofy. It's so random. Get the Predator to watch the tape. Why would you even watch it? I guess because he sees it as a relic or something, a trophy. You know, that could actually be such a funny random movie. He kills some random human, the Predator, and then he takes the tape as a trophy. Takes it with him home on the ship. And he watches on the ship. Yeah, I really only know... I haven't seen any of the American Ring movies. I've only seen the original Japanese one. The first and second one. I don't know if I'll ever watch the American versions of it, because I don't know, man. The Japanese ones are too good. I don't want to ruin it. Wait, what the fuck? The video won't even load, monk ass. I got this video. God, shit is really funny. Wow, God. I don't know if we can even watch it because my computer's acting up. My OBS and computer's acting up. It's already cursed. Wait, what the fuck? The Ring versus the Predator versus the Alien. This Sunday, WWE. WrestleMania. All three go at it. In a cage match. No rules. I'd pay to watch that. I'll see that. Wait, what the fuck? Why is that an emote? Alien walk. When did that get here? There's no predator emote. How is that even possible? I like the predator more than the alien. How is the alien an emote? I don't know why my computer's acting up so much. See if I can go to BTTV without the computer completely exploding. It is already exploding. Oh yeah, that's sure. That is from Predator, yeah. That's from the beginning of Predator. I guess we do kind of technically have one. Yeah. It works. That makes sense. The Predator, he's invincible anyway, so you wouldn't be able to see him in an emote. Like Shadrach? And then I get a random phone call. Yeah, all of a sudden I'm just gonna hear my phone ringing. Like, oh wait, what's this? And then the TV turns on. Wonka ass. The Predator emote. Exactly, see, you can't see it. He's invincible. He's hiding. Oh my god, why is my phone ringing all of a sudden? What's that? Why is my phone vibrating? The ring lady is calling. Wonka shake. We've been cursed. Time to wake up my neighbor. Make him watch the tape really quick.
Hey. Ryuki? Are you okay?
Dot. He's... What the fuck? Dot. He's lost it. He watched the tape! No! He's... What the fuck? He's speaking Chinese! Yeah, I think he saw the tape. He says... He stayed here until nighttime? What the hell happened to him?
What? What? It can't be. How? Why is it suddenly nighttime?
Don't you know? The Earth rotates toward the east, so...
What was I doing all this time?
You've been standing there? Like an NPC that froze up. Hey, what happened?
That's what I'd like to know. I watched that video and then I came to and now we're here.
What time is it, Tama?
21:30.
Could you please visit me at my office again at 10 o'clock tonight?
We got half an hour to get there.
This is bad. We need to hurry.
Sheesh.
The limousine. Exactly on the dot. Wait, what the fuck happened? Is she dead? She's fucking dead.
No.
It can't be.
This can't be happening.
Hold on. I know this is a very intense moment, but my Tomaguchi. What kind of dream did you have last night? Dream of getting killed. Bewitching female demon shows up too. Shows up there. Signing a contract. It's sexy. No, yeah, I'm not close to done asking the questions. I'm curious about everyone else's answers, so I'll go to journey to the other world. I'll be going now. Hopefully we can get someone else than Date this time. Might be... how you race it? You might be able to meet new eyeballs. Eyeballs, erase the picture. Can you answer more questions so I can become adulty? Which do you want? Friends, superpower, nothing needs to be done. 5 quadrillion yen. 16 times the national budget of Japan. Oh my god. Anyways, back to the crime scene. I just played with my Tomaguchi. Now, back to the crime scene. People rich. Exactly. Give me 5 quadrillion billion yen. And we're good.
Daddy's job is to help someone very important. I assist and protect that person from harm. Yeah, Daddy's a professional. I won't ever let anything bad happen to him.
Looks like he's not the culprit.
Yeah, I think we can strike him off the list of suspects.
Talking to his kid. Any security cameras in this room? Why does that make him not a suspect? Good question. I guess because he has an alibi. But that makes it even more the reason for him to be a suspect. He tried to set up an alibi with his kid before he went and killed her. He's not off the list just yet. And plus, he's the only one. Well, yeah, he's actually the prime suspect because he's the only one that could get close to her. Yeah, he is. He's her bodyguard. He's the only one that gets close to her, and I'm pretty sure he's the only one that really knows where this place is, this room.
You should talk to Mamoru before checking the body.
Is there only one way in or out of the room?
Yeah, that door is the only way in or out.
You're surprisingly calm. When did you last see Tokiko?
I think it was around 1400. The president got back from seeing the police, returned to this room, then I haven't seen her since.
What were you doing?
I'm not always in the president's office. I'm usually on standby in the room outside. I only come here when called.
Tokiko has been in this room since 2 p.m.?
She should have, yeah.
Has anyone entered or left the room?
No one.
Is it possible that someone was in there before 2 p.m.?
No. I'm sure you're already aware, but the security here is
So how'd you
incredibly
go?
tight. There are security cameras all over the stairs and corridors.
Yeah, but just tell me
along with
straight
the
up.
elevator and
Where'd you
outside
go?
the door. It's impossible to get in without getting noticed.
Ryuki, I checked the data on the security cameras. It's true that no one entered this room other than Tokiko. And no one left it either.
What? Are there any security cameras in the room?
Of course not. Who'd put a security camera in their own room?
I don't know, it'll be extra secure. How the body was found.
The president informed me that you'd be here at 2200. So I let you through into this room. Then, her body.
Exactly. Twitch streamers would.
Anyway, I need to report to the people at Nye's.
They would have a camera in their own room. Fucking bunch of psychos. Jesus. A true just chatting streamer would. Probably have multiple cameras even. In their own room. So that's the distant future.
Very well. Please don't let anyone out of the building.
Got it.
How did this happen?
If I wish to do so, I can resurrect myself.
Okay, Jesus.
One thing is for sure. Ryuki, look around the room. No traces of blood.
In other words, Tokiko wasn't
Couldn't
killed
they
here.
just have watched it
The
away?
culprit must have been Terror. He killed Tokiko somewhere else, then brought her right half here.
But how did he get in the room?
We don't know how he left either.
What if he's still in this room?
Exactly, that's what I was thinking.
No, that's not possible. I checked with X-ray vision. No sign of anyone and no biological responses detected.
Then he had to have escaped somehow.
I suspect the culprit's escape route and way in were the same. So, Ryuki, let's look into finding the escape route first. We should know how the culprit got in once we learn how they got out.
Okay, let's investigate.
The secret path behind the thing, behind the sign.
Before we begin, I want to point something out. The side with the window is the south. And the waterfall is to the north.
I know that. Why are you mentioning it?
Shut your mouth! It'd be a
Okay.
pain in the ass if we didn't know which way was which. You should be grateful I told you.
Okay, okay.
Why are you angry?
Just zip it and get working, all right?
Tama, calm down. Whoa, no. That's gonna make her even more enraged. Telling her to calm down. Shut your mouth. Look, asshole, that wall is south, okay? Just remember it. Jesus fucking Christ, dumbass. And I don't want to have to explain it again. Never tell a woman to calm down. Just tell me to calm down, Vinny. Never tell a woman to calm down. That'll be the greatest mistake you'll ever make. It's a wall. There's a house plant
room
here.
is inorganic as a whole, so this really stands out.
Oh, punch up. There's a wall. And that's a house plant. That's another wall. Southwest statue. Northwest statue. There's an unnatural reaction of infrared light. What? Huh? Front of the desk. Glass door. I should have glass door. I don't think it's relevant. It's a wall. Southeast
Looks like
statue.
The statue is made of iron.
It's a house plant. It's a house plant. Northeast
This
statue.
is iron too.
It's a wall. Waterfall. It's a waterfall. Water is flowing down. Really?
much before, there are no traces of blood in the room. Not on this desk, the walls, or the floor.
Terror killed Tokiko somewhere else, then brought the right half of her body to this room. But how?
No way, I know, right? Ain't no way, man. I refuse to believe that's a waterfall. And that there was water flowing down it. How is that even possible, man? It's fucking crazy. It's an expensive looking office chair.
If you spin this around, a secret staircase from the floor
won't appear.
Okay, Batman.
It's Tokiko's right half. Just like before, it's been severed at the molecular level. The body appears to have been cut with the same instrument. And she was also bisected while she was still alive.
In other words, it's highly likely that it was the same killer.
Yes, that's why I said Terror is probably the culprit. The estimated time of death is approximately 3 hours ago, which would be around 1900 today. That's when we were at Yoyagi Park.
The light? Light's hanging from the ceiling. There's a hidden phone. Oh, wait, is pipe
There's
system?
something in the floor.
Maybe it's a rail? It's embedded in the floor.
This is probably an electromagnetic rail. It extends from the corner of the statue toward the pond.
What?
Wait, what's this?
There are metal plates shaped like numbers embedded in the board at the front of the desk. So you're able to see them by using X-ray like this.
It's as if this was prepared just for us. Who would do something like this?
Dot 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 dot.
Anyway, we
Dot
can
dot
figure
dot
that
would do
out
it.
later. Let's focus on the investigation.
You see numbers in a diamond shape at the front of the desk.
There's something embedded in the wall.
It's a keypad for a pin code.
But this frame is on there tight. It won't budge.
Maybe there's some way to move it.
Hot and shit. Why is finding a pink coat behind the wall?
A hidden passageway behind it?
Probably not.
Sir? Oh wait, what? I have this too? Thermal vision?
The same kind of rail is over here too.
It's even going toward the same direction.
What's this? There's an arrow under the symbol.
And 7 squares too.
If you detected it with thermo mode, does that mean it's emitting heat?
It must have a heating wire or something embedded in it.
There doesn't seem to be any suspicious heat sources. Wait, they are looking at something.
There's something coming out of it.
It's an infrared laser. Normally it wouldn't be visible, even with thermo mode. But this place is full of water particles. Light hits the water particles and disperses, making it visible to the human eye.
The light is shining toward the southeast. It's crossing the pond in a diagonal line.
An infrared laser is coming out of the statue too. It's crossing with that other beam.
This one's aimed to the northeast, huh?
That. We haven't looked at everything yet. Did we miss something in the X-ray?
Looks like the wall behind this waterfall is made of tungsten. It's a material that blocks X-rays.
Oh.
So I'm not able to see anything beyond that wall. Is this?
What is it?
Inside Tokiko's womb. There are traces of her having given birth.
What?
What?
Though it wasn't recently. It has to have been more than 20 years ago.
Tokiko has a grown child?
Yes, but there are no records of this anywhere in her family register. She hasn't filed birth registration, and there aren't any records of it in any medical institutions in Japan.
What? Very strange. The phantom child.
Alright, looks like we've investigated what we could for now. Now, let's get to solving the mystery.
How did the culprit get out of the room? That's what you're talking about, right?
Yes. So, let's begin.
Hey, time for
First thing
more
that comes
acting.
to mind is that rail under the floor.
The electromagnetic rail.
The rail leads from the statue toward the pond.
Yeah,
Do you think the statue moves along the rail?
it's made of iron. So maybe it's pulled with an electromagnet.
It's probably operated with a remote control or something.
But I didn't find anything like that.
Then, please.
Think over. Summon remote. Ah, yes, of course. Summon the remote.
Hello? Come out, remote.
As you do.
Where'd you go? I won't leave you alone anymore, so come on out.
Ryuki, are you okay?
Why do remotes go missing all the time? No matter how many times you find them, they vanish within seconds.
Very true.
Brought into this world just to look for remotes.
Let's calm down for a minute.
He's having a meltdown about remotes.
Breath. We can forget about the remote for now.
Use force.
Yes, we have no other choice.
So?
It's actually the right option.
Wait, don't actually move it until we're shooting.
What do you mean?
I mean when we actually record this with the camera and complete the film.
Why are you like this?
Quiet! I'm the director, so you follow my instructions or I'll fire you.
Tut tut tut. Here we go. That was the right one.
This statue is the same as the one we saw earlier.
The underground rail leads toward the pond.
Which means...
Give up. Lubricate floor. Ah, yes, of course.
If you make the floor slippery, I'm sure it'll move on its own.
If that's your best idea, why don't I cover your whole body in motion and drag you?
Tilt the building, of course.
All right. Let's tilt this building somehow.
What?
Isn't it obvious? Objects move from high places to low places. If we make that statue's position higher, it'll naturally slide toward the pond.
Do you build an airport every time you need to go to the convenience store?
Use force.
Well, there's not much else we can do.
So, let's get right to it.
You little shit! Don't make me send you back to the green room, damn
Monk, monk, okay.
Right, we were still in rehearsal.
Relax.
I'm not supposed to move it until the shoot.
Yes, we don't want this important set to get damaged, right?
This is a set?
There was an input device behind this. You already know the numbers to enter, right?
Even if I did, I would need to be able to move the frame.
That's not what I asked. Do you know the code or not? In fact, I need you to know the answer. If you can't even solve this, you don't deserve to call yourself a member of Abyss.
Okay.
So,
You don't need to yell at me.
numbers. It should be 7 digits.
I fucking know what the code is. What? How?
What? You don't know?
Yes, I'm sorry.
No, that's not what I meant.
Then spit it out already.
That's a dot.
You quit screwing around.
I'm doing my best.
You saw the non-equal X symbol using thermal mode, didn't you? And
I don't remember the numbers.
there were 16 numbers arranged in a diamond shape. You should be able to use those numbers to figure out the answer. Now, try again.
What? But how? Yes, can I at least look at it? Okay. Same for most. So what? Is it? Is it 4, 3, 2, 1, 2, 3, 5? Four, 3, 2, 1, 2, 3, 5. Combining those. Would I have to combine all of them? Oh, let me try my thing. 4, 3, 2, 1, 2, 3, 5. That wasn't right. Combining those. What, I have to put all of this together? No, that's not right. That can't be. Let me do it anyways, though. Oh, if I did that other way, that's the same. I don't know. I guess it's worth a try. No, that doesn't help. That doesn't give a big enough number. What? Leo. Yes. What's up? Did something happen? Oh, we still. Is this still the? Did I remember the wall? Yes. Don't worry. I remembered the wall. Of course. How could I forget? After she yelled at me like that. Of course I remember the wall. The wall of great significance. But also, what the fuck is this? How am I how are you supposed to solve this? What is even the pattern here? Wait, is it one? Wait, how many is that? One. Oh wait, hold on. I think I have it. Maybe. Monka math. Hold up a second. I think I might have it. So wait. What if we say the first one is 4 and then the next one is 6? Then the next one is 4 again. And then 4 again. And then 4 again. And then 6. 5. What? Is that right? That's a very odd code if that's right. So 4, 6, 4, 4, 4, 6, 5. Did we monka math correctly? No. What that would? 4, 6, 4, 4, 4, 6, 5. How is that not correct? How do we monka math this one? I typed it in right. Okay. 4, 6, 4, 4, 4, 5. Yeah, I typed it right, but it's wrong. Indeed. Nautical X marks seen with firm mode and 60 numbers placed in a diamond shape. Combining those. What does wait? But she said it has to be. Oh, it doesn't have to be a 7-digit one. Exactly. We have to be the predator to solve it. It does have to be 7 digits. God damn it. So exactly. We. Oh, do that. Yeah, we found the X. If we found the X with our predator vision. And then those numbers, they were in front of the desk. And apparently that X that we saw with firm with our predator vision, we need to combine that with the numbers in front of the desk to solve the code. Combining those. I already did that. That was like 33 or something. 32, but it has to be like a 7-digit code. What else? What else? What else can we do here? Oh, well, maybe it's like that. Maybe it's from the top. Okay, so what if it's 1, 4, 6? Wait, no, not 6. 7. And 9. And another 7. And another 4 and 1. Okay, this seems like it might be right. I could see this being the code. So yeah, like we start from the top, so that's 1. And then go down, so then combine the 2 2s so it becomes 4, and then go down again. Combine the 3, 1 and 3 so it becomes 7 and so on. And then we get 1, 4, 7, 9, 7, 4, 1. I could see this being the code. Is this it? Oh fuck. It's What? What else? Any ideas, gentlemen? How is this supposed to be monkamathed? This is supposed to be done diagonally? Is that even possible? Hold on. And what? 3, 4, 5, 6. Other 6? And then what would that be? 5. That'd be 11. Is that it? Do it combining them diagonally? Is that even enough numbers? Then it would be 10, 6, 6, 1, 1. No, it's not even enough numbers. How is this? So how is this? How? What? The first idea had seemed right, but it was wrong. Ah, oh shit, but you figured it out? You've actually solved it? Oh, you looked it up. Okay. I mean, that's one way to solve it. How the hell? Ain't up showing a diamond shape. Combining those. What do you mean combining those, game? Exactly, monkamathed. Wait, hold on. Adding all the numbers together. What was that? That became like 33 or something, didn't it? Let me do this again. That's why you're the boss. There you go. It becomes like 30. The boss is here. The god gamer has arrived. Just in time for some mathing. Help us solve this math puzzle. Wait, so yeah, what if we could do 30 times 16? That still doesn't give us a high enough number. What? How? Oh, the boss can solve it. Math? Oh, now people leave. I'm out of here. Never mind. I'll come back in like 10 minutes. When you're done, hopefully. Fuck this math. Fuck this math shit. Yeah, I don't blame you. Guess what? How? And what kind of... Is it... Okay, what if we do like this, then? What if it's... Hold on. Hold on. Okay, the first one is, it would still be 10. Wait, isn't this just going to be the same result? Wait, no, because then that would be 4. And then that would be 4 again. And then that would be 11. Is that even enough numbers too? I came in the street to shut my mind. Not to think. What the fuck? I came here to turn off my brain for a little bit. Not to think. What is this? People dumb. Oh my god. Yes, I'm sorry. I'm being people dumb right now. I can't figure this out for the life of me. Yeah, I don't think this is enough numbers either. 10. 4, 4, 1, 1. You know, this is not gonna be enough numbers. We're a number short again. Yeah, because that becomes 10. Oh wait, this one actually becomes... not 4. But it's still not going to be enough numbers. This becomes 6. And then soap's at... And then, yeah, the last one is still 11. But then it's not gonna be enough numbers. Just cheat. Force it, CD. Force it, CD. I'll allow it. Still not enough numbers. Yeah, I mean, I'm almost out of ideas here. Cause what? I still think that first idea I had was really good, and I'm surprised that wasn't it. Yeah, well, I mean, at this point, I wouldn't mind a little hint or something. Cause what? How? What? In what strange way are you meant to look at this and solve it? Okay, so that's good to know. So yeah, the first thing I did was on the right track. Yeah. The first one is 4, the next one is 6, and the next one is 4. Next one is 4 again, and then 4 again, and then 6, 5. So that was the... Hold on, let's just punch it in again to make sure that wasn't the right answer. 4, 6, 4, 4, 4, 6, 5. Yeah, no, it's not the right answer. Is it because there's a 0? Does the 0 like fuck it up or something? So those become like 2 or something? So 4, 6, 2. 4, 2. 6, 5. Still wasn't right. Hold on, wait, did I do that correctly? And, hold on. I don't know if I did that right. So that one becomes 2. If the 0, I don't know, fucks with it. And then yeah, this one becomes 2 as well. Okay. Yeah, let's try and do that again. Because I'm not too sure if I did it right or not. So 4, 6, 2, 4, 2, 6, 5. Fuck. Okay, that's still not right. What? How else can I do that differently? Is it because it's the other way around? 5, 6. We'll try with the 4 again. 4, 4, 6, 4. Oh, okay, well then. What if I try the other method then with the 0 thing? 5, 6, 2, 4, 2, 6. Damn it. Oh my god. Hey, VOD watchers, you can skip a few hours here. Feels okay, man. You can skip an hour or two ahead. Then Leo will have solved it. Oh my god. No, it's okay. It's okay, VOD watchers. We'll have this. Watch this. We'll get it on the next 2 tries. On the next 2 or 3 tries, then we'll have it for sure. Trust me. Trust me, VOD watchers. Right, then what else can we do here? Yeah, so the way that I'm doing it is kind of the right track, how you're supposed to do it. Like, yeah, you're supposed to get the code, you're supposed to do like vertically, decipher it. Down from the left, and then yeah, 4, 3. It's because of those zeros, I bet. They are messing it up somehow. How would they mess it up though? Yeah, okay. Thank you. Thank you. That's it's good to know that's somewhat right, at least. How else can we do that differently? We tried the 4, 6, 4, 4, 4. Yeah, 6, 5. We tried that. And then we tried the 4, 6, 2, 4, 2, 6, 5. I mean, I already... There's no way it's just as simple as 4... Nah, that's the first thing we tried. 4, 3, 2, 1, 2, 2, 3, 5. First thing we tried. It's not that. It's not that easy. Wait, is it like a 4, 3, 0, 0, 3, 5? No, wait, it's that. 4, 4, 3, 0. What was it? 1, okay. 4, 3, 0, 0, 3, 5. Wait, no, I'm missing a number. What, isn't that 6 numbers? 1, 2. There's 6 numbers. I just can't remember them. Gotta write them down. Okay. 4, 3, 0, 1. I was missing a 1. 3, 5. Fuck. You know, so you don't have to go like zigzag either. Wait, what the? Aww. Don't tell me you have to do that gang sign. I have to do the gang sign in real life and hold it up, and then I don't know, that somehow solves it. Is that what I gotta do? Hold on, what does the gang sign look like again? I'll hold on a sec. Now we're getting real creative here. I gotta hook up my PS camera and then do the gang sign in front of the camera, and then it reveals the code in front of me. How the fuck do you do that? How? What? Oh my god, I can't do it. I can't do it. Someone do it for me and take a screenshot. No, it's like this. No way that's the answer. I refuse to believe. I refuse to believe that's the answer. Because how would you even line that up? Nah, no way. Oh, is that the way? If I did it, then it would be like that. How many numbers is that? 1, 2, 3, 4. Wait, how many numbers is that? 4. Is it 4? It is 4. Wait. There's no way that's the answer. So if that's the case, then it's like 4, 3, 3, 0, 0, 3, 3, 5. Nah, there's no way that's the typical solution. Wait, what is it again? Wait, that's 8 letters. It's too many letters, unless it be like 4, 3. No. 4, 3, 3, 1, 3, 5. 4, 3, 3, 1, 3, 5. 4, 3, 3, 1, 3, 5. 4, 3, 3, 1, 3, 5. No. Yeah, no, I don't think that's the way. Doing the gag symbol in real life, I don't think that's the way. No. No need to hook up the PS camera. I mean, there's an X, so is it like times? So what? It's then it would be like 4. Then, well, 3 times 3. It's 9. 2 times 0 times 2. It's 0. It feels late, man. Hold on, I'm working on it. I'm getting there. Don't worry, I'll be done soon, okay? I'm telling you, right here, this is it. This is the solution right here. I got the solution right here. No copium. Nope. No copium or anything. Trust me. Believe me. 100%. I said we were going to get it done in the next 2 or 3 attempts. This is attempt number 3 right here. And this is it. This is the one right here. Trust me. Believe me. No copium. The code is 4901095.
Yeah, good job.
Easy, I told you.
Probably the answer.
I told you, no copium. I figured it out. See? You need to trust me more. I see. Yeah, that's the one thing I didn't try. You had to, like, multiply them. I was just, you know, combining them, like 3 + 3 is 6 and stuff and so on. Exactly. Now that doesn't deserve a clap. God damn. Holy shit. That was me, man. That was next level monka bathing on that one. Wait, I I don't know why it wasn't right in my face the whole time. It was right in my face the whole time. The X that you have to like multiply them. I was just, you know, doing the usual 3 + 3. It was right there the whole time. I don't know why it took me so long to realize that. Exactly. 5-hit clap. Too easy. I was just stalling for time, you know. I was just, you know, stalling. We're stalling for extra stream time, you know. Just a little bit of stalling. I totally do the solution the whole time. It's quite simple, you see. But yeah, exactly. Tama, she is an AI. She's a really super advanced AI, so she could have just told me the solution this whole time. But she wanted me, the human, to do it. Yeah, see, exactly. Raid Shadow Legends, they pay hourly, man. They pay hourly, so you gotta stretch it out for as long as possible. Gotta stretch out those hours for as long as possible. Get the biggest possible money back from them. Not like Square Enix, where you have to fucking shout them out every like 20th minute. It's like, oh, and by the way, stream is sponsored by Square Enix. Hashtag ad, hashtag sponsor. We'll put in the solution after this mid-roll ad. Enjoy your Dollar Shave Club ad. Easy. Holy shit. I hope we can finally continue.
Probably.
I mean, it's not like I actually checked. I don't know whether those numbers are correct or not.
Oh my god. So I could have been right the first time? You didn't even check.
Okay, the rehearsal is now over. It's time to start. Are you ready?
Yeah.
Ready as I'll
okay,
ever be.
Then I'm going to start filming. Ryuki, you're going to play the fleeing culprit this time. The one who placed the right half of Kiko's severed body here. You just finished a big job. You need to get out of here, fast.
Yeah, exactly. Don't mind the cops in the background while we do some monka bath over here. Don't mind the fucking cops that's cut in half in the background. I gotta do my bath over here. Monka bath time.
But if you leave the conventional way, you'll be spotted by the surveillance camera. Same thing for when you enter, too. The culprit used some special method to get in and out of the room. Now, I want you to consider the situation, and whatever you might be feeling, use it for your performance.
Hey, is it really necessary to act?
Shut up!
Okay. I'll do what you say.
Here we go. Ready?
Action!
I'm the one who killed Tokiko Shigure. I brought the body here for some reason. Now that I'm done here, I'm gonna leave.
Terrible acting as usual.
Give me a
Right.
break.
Okay. What did the culprit do first to escape?
Well, there's that electromagnetic rail in the floor leading to the pond. It pulls the iron statue with magnetic force. The culprit probably used a remote control, but I can't find it, so... I'll try
forcing it. Something happened.
It's because it touched the infrared laser from the southwest statue.
Okay, so the statue was moved so it would hit the laser.
What did the culprit do next?
He must have also moved this statue with a remote.
Okay, go.
The statue begins moving via the electromagnets. The culprit grins maniacally, his plan in motion.
Stop!
Hmm?
Can you not read the stage directions out loud? You're supposed to play the part of the culprit.
But what's the point of...
Trying to talk back to the director! Don't make me throw a fucking
Monka
gas
W.
spray at you!
Oh no! I need to hurry, or someone's gonna see me! Hurry! Hurry! Move already!
Good, Ryuki, that's it! That's the performance I wanted to see!
But like I said, the culprit probably had a remote.
It's fine. This scene is where we show the screaming of the culprit's tortured heart in monologue.
Alright. This statue reacted to the laser too. I see. So this is how it works. So I just need to enter the number from earlier, right? 4901095. There.
Oh my god, the waterfall. It was more than just a waterfall this whole time. Wow. But yet another puzzle.
Look, a hidden door.
That was a lot of work. That was a lot of work. Exactly. Time for some more math so I can call the elevator. Jesus, man. Fucking these people are obsessed with math.
It's more than a hidden door.
Who puts an elevator
It's an
puzzle in the elevator?
See? There's a button pointing down next to the door.
Who puts a math puzzle in their elevator?
This is the highest floor of the building. Looks like this elevator is only for going down.
Let's try pushing it.
Down to hell we go.
Now we know Terror's escape route.
And the way he got in.
Terror
So,
used this elevator to bring
AYAYA
people's right house into the room.
He must have used the same method to get out.
Just click the button.
The statue and non-Yipple X symbol must have been set up to return to their original positions automatically. Anyway, let's go down there.
To hell. Time to visit Satan.
What is this place?
What the fuck? Oh my god, there it is again. Oh no.
It looks like we tunneled to the other side of the world.
You mean we're underground?
Yeah, more than 160 feet deep. Radio waves are completely cut off due to the depth. We can't connect to the network, so keep that in mind.
Oh, time to die. I estimated the depth by calculating the acceleration of the time spent in the elevator. Thanks, Tama.
Anyway, let's start looking around. Maybe we'll find some sort of clue.
Oh, hold on, my Tamagotchi's back. What weather do you like? Snow. And I like it. Family planning. When a couple plans to have a child. When I was a kid, I used to see these vending machines in drugstores. Because I was saying what was in there. I remember bugging my mom asking her what they were. Oh. What? A condom vending machine? Or something else? Family planning. Tungsten. An element of atomic number 74. It is a hard and heavy metal. And some have said it blocks X-ray. Lead also blocks dangerous waves, but as lead was found to be poisonous, a tungsten alloy is more commonly used for the same purpose. nirvanA trial. The video probably on the internet now, possibly even more dangerous than Ps4. Apparently many people have gone missing after seeing this video. Oh, well then let's watch it. What could possibly go wrong? Wow, the well is even there. It is the ring after all. I didn't notice that the first time. And then there's toilets. This is eerie music though. Kind of a real jam up. Even though it is a bit eerie. Close to Brazil? When did she say that? Maybe telling you said the word town. We're referring to underneath the night since Brazil is on the east side of the globe from Japan. They're technically closer to Brazil by being 50 meters on the ground. Nice. Amnon configuration.
Sand is coming down from above.
Looks like the ceiling has degraded. I hope it doesn't come down on us.
That would be pretty bad. If this elevator only goes down, how are we gonna get up from here?
What is this box?
I don't know. The jewel box from Urashima Tara?
That one was at the bottom of the ocean.
But there's a beautiful princess here, right?
Where?
Tut, tut, tut.
Kick your ass!
Whoa! Jesus.
I'll kick your ass!
What's this? It's mechanical.
Some sort of device, maybe?
Where?
Can't you analyze it?
Yeah, you're gonna
Here,
blast
no.
him.
At the very least, it doesn't seem to be explosives or poison gas.
Looks like a flamethrower.
You mean
mini
safe to
flamethrower.
Probably.
Probably. I could die here, madam.
This is kind of creepy.
Maybe it's a pedestal for performing some sort of ritual.
Like offering a sacrifice.
It's not an ironing board, that's for sure.
Tokiko. She
Really?
said Nai's isn't a religious group. But this is clearly...
It's definitely got some cold vibes going on.
A Nai symbol here, too.
The non-nuable X. Don't tell me you're going to open it.
Yeah.
Maybe you shouldn't.
Why not?
Well, just a
Could
hunch.
die.
It should be fine. You said it's safe to open.
I did add probably.
That's true.
Still, we can't just not check it.
You can't get the treasure unless you lay the dragon, huh?
There's so much wrong with
What
that
the hell?
statement. But yes, that's the idea.
Dot 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 dot.
What was that sound?
Dot 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 dot. Hello?
Ryuki, a biological signal has been detected. They're somewhere close.
Saw that over there in the back.
What the?
Why is he a hologram?
Why do you look like that?
What do you mean?
Why do you look like that? Good question. Is Pinhead going to appear? Exactly. We opened the box. We summoned him. Turning into Hellraiser now. Monka indeed.
Anyway,
Hello? Hello?
Hey, freeze!
Chris! Hey you. Your shadow effect.
What is this?
No. This is a bad time for the drugs to kick in. Intense ladder chase scene.
Ryuki, there's a torch coming down from above.
What the fuck? Where did he get that from?
There's another one.
Damn it!
Nope. Dead.
Ryuki! Ryuki!
Game over. That's how the game ends. Roll credits.
Hey, freeze!
Man broke his neck.
What is this?
Ryuki, there's a torch
Is
coming
that
down from
fast
above.
climbing? We have a gun, yeah. Where's our gun? We haven't used that in so long. Just shoot him.
Damn it!
What? I moved it down.
Ryuki!
I think it was the other thumbstick. Well, speed it up. Sonic. Okay, I don't know if I can recreate that. The Sonic theme.
Damn it!
There we go. Smooth. It's like a Looney Tunes movie or something where you speed it up.
I said stop!
Oh, okay. He dies anyways. What? Flashbang. Hopefully those are mattresses. They look like containers though. Farewell, Ryuki's chapter 3R2. What? 3R2? What's that supposed to mean? See, he fucking died anyways. Maybe. Oh, no,
Boss,
he's here.
I apologize for yesterday!
Ryuki, we wouldn't need police if an apology solved everything. I know you're doing your best on this investigation. Nevertheless, your screw-up yesterday really cost us. The investigation hasn't been proceeding like we hoped.
I'll make up for it! Please, give me another chance.
This reminds me of something. My daughter's been begging me not to decrease her allowance when she gets bad grades.
Okay, boss.
Want to
That sounds like a trap, so no thank you.
No. What did she say?
Want to take a bath together?
Oh, that's what she said. That sounds like a trap. Are you qualified for this job? A classic. The question that they asked us in Cyber Manhunt. It's just, are you qualified for this job? But no. No, I don't think so. Oh. Well, you're hired. That's the exact amount of confidence that we were looking for.
Is your head as empty as that pumpkin, Ryuki?
Dot. Boss is bullying us. Yeah. Yes, it is.
A Tanuki may have been the better choice for the new investigator.
What the fuck? Everything I click on, she just roasts us.
This incident will gain your record more than spilled coffee.
Oh my god. Boss, come on, man. I'm sorry. It's a rookie mistake, I know, but please.
I'd like to turn you into a soccer ball.
Oh my god.
How'd you like it if I shoved that handle into your mouth for punishment?
I'd prefer if you didn't.
Yeah, that face. I'm sorry, boss.
Ryuki, let me give you some good advice. Squint your eyes and stand back 6 feet, and the mosaic will disappear.
What kind of advice is that?
Thanks, Mario.
If only I could control you like an RC car.
Just a ball.
Wanna try putting that mask on?
No, thank you.
So much shit to click on in here.
Ryuki, how about I hang you up there? I smacked the hell out of symbols last night like that monkey toy. Before I knew it, it was morning already.
What? Feels so weird, man. What about her hanging us on the coat hanger?
Ryuki, want me to cover your plaster?
Feels weird, man. Poor Ryuki's response to everything. Boss is roasting us. What did that say? Rip it apart and throw it on the wall. That's how I feel inside anyway now. The doorway. I wonder if Boss would forgive me if I took her to a red light district. Boss's desk. Okay, wait.
Wow, that's so cool.
You're not gonna improve my mood like that.
No, I'm sorry, boss. What's up? Wait. Hey, what's up, boss?
I thought you were a bit more capable than this, Ryuki. I mean, I got chewed out by my higher-ups, too. After work tonight, I'm going to my favorite host club and popping every champagne bottle in there.
God damn. Alright, well, we know what boss is doing tonight. About boss's daughter.
Your daughter? I'm still not used to hearing that.
Oh? Well, I guess it's true that I don't give off a maternal image. I haven't done anything motherly at all, really. My daughter just turned 18 last year, but she pretty much grew up all on her own.
18? She's older than I thought.
You wouldn't think it looking at this figure, huh? She's a grown woman now. She's capable of handling her business. Unlike a certain someone who gets overeager and screws up big time.
Sorry, boss. Any new information about the investigation?
Nothing other than what you already know. Oh, right, there is some news about the case. It has an official name now. The half-body serial killings. But That's pretty long, so we've just been calling it the HB case.
The HB case.
Now you know how the media is. You don't solve this quick and they might end up calling you the half-brain investigator. So you'd better
Wow,
start
that's pretty
getting
good,
things
though.
done, Ryuki.
The half-brained investigator. Show some motivation.
It's all right now, because I am here! Half Might!
Excuse me?
What I'm trying to say is, I'm motivated, so please let me stay on this case. I'll solve this case no matter what it takes. In fact, I'm the only one who can.
Look, you realize it was that kind of gung-ho attitude that led you to making that mistake yesterday, right? I understand you want to distinguish yourself, but you're biting off more than you can chew.
I can't just stop now! I should be able to handle this better than anyone!
Ryuki, boss is right. You're getting too impatient. Your life isn't over because of one little slip-up. More importantly, you need to accept your faults and learn from mistakes. ...
I understand your enthusiasm, Ryuki. So I'm giving you a chance to redeem yourself. I want you to continue investigating this case.
Thanks, boss.
Thank you!
But I need you to follow orders from above.
Orders from above? What do you mean?
It's official. Kuruto Ryuki, you're being demoted to a police officer.
What?
This is for yesterday's fiasco.
Wait, you mean like a normal cop? That's terrible! That's way too harsh!
However, I'll give you 3 days. If you can resolve the case within that time, I'll take back your punishment and you won't be demoted.
Cops feels bad, man.
Ryuki, we should look at this in a positive light.
Just a basic
We
cop.
can continue the investigation, and if we can solve it in 3 days, you can avoid demotion.
It's impossible. We barely made any progress. How can I solve the case in 3 days?
Ryuki.
Demoted?
Yeah.
Me?
A basic police
I'd
officer.
rather be a bum on the street than a disgraced cop.
Damn.
Ryuki!
And the communication system still hasn't been fixed. So any data Tama obtains can't be uploaded to the cloud yet. So just like I said before, Tama's data will be lost if her body is damaged.
Go write a traffic ticket or something. Go do whatever basic cops do. Write a fucking traffic ticket or something. A parking ticket. Whatever you do. Get away from this. This is next level detective work. A female boss. Oh my god. Female boss. A boob. Oh my god. Female fresh with the boss. Holy.
Be careful.
Holy bulb.
You seem completely out of it.
Ryuki.
I am boss. He doesn't want to become a normal basic cop. Friday the 13th. Oh boy.
Are you okay, Ryuki?
Yeah. I think the scenery helped me calm down a bit. But to think... demoted. Me.
You still have 3 days. If you can solve the case by then...
It's impossible. I can't believe I was told this today, of all days.
Question mark? About today.
Today was the day I lost my other half.
Pull out a broken watch from my pocket.
I had a younger twin brother. He had a strong sense of justice. Whenever he saw evil, he would stand up to it, face it head on, no matter what. That's just the kind of guy he was. His dream was to become a detective and help bring all the dangerous criminals in Japan to justice. My brother and I were really close, and we hung out all the time. It was like he was another me. But on that day, 6 years ago, my brother and I were in the city, and we happened to see a wanted criminal. I called the police right away, but the culprit tried to flee on a big trailer truck. He was about to get away, so my brother tried to stop him, and he ended up in front of it, and...
Splat.
He got run over, crushed half his body. This is the watch he was wearing. His time has been frozen since, and I lost my other half. My brother died 6 years ago, on February 13th. Today was the day. But I guess there's no point in me telling you all this. You already know my entire history.
Oh, hold up. This is a really sad moment, but my Tamagotchi wants attention. What kind of Tsuzukumi do you like? Playing along to Tsuzukumi. What? Right, slap some sushi rice on it, spin it, and no idiot. I became a child, tell me more. Hey, it's a different one, Ota. Didn't get Misuki again. Lay the dragon. Probably meant slay the dragon, but you know how she is. Signboard of Police HQ announced the name. Police officer. There are 9 ranks in the police force. Chief of police, deputy chief, commander, captain, lieutenant, sergeant, detective, officer. Officer is the lowest. Feels bad, man. Basic cop. Basic beat up cop. Hey, but at least you get your own police car, right? I hate that criminal.
I hate the criminal that killed my brother.
Feels bad, man.
Rip him to pieces.
Just the basic cop. At least they hadn't made you one of those bicycle cops. Yeah. Which would probably be the case here in Denmark. Turn you into a bicycle cop. You don't even get your own car. Feels bad, man. Don't even get your own little police car to cruise around. Instead, you just get a basic bike. You have to jog around, right around for 8 hours. You know what? In fact, you don't need the bike. You just walk. Just, you know, walk around the block. You know, just walk around, okay? Just walk around. Oh, and you don't get to carry guns either, by the way. We don't need guns around here. Walk around, okay? Just walk around the block. A couple of hours. That's what you do every day, alright? Keep the block safe. Have fun. That's bad, man. Demoted to just a walking, basic, beat-up cop. That's bad, man. Walking around, keeping the block safe. Don't even... Yep, that's what he's gonna be doing. Dunk walking around. With his pack of donuts in hand.
Not just him. I hate them all. All the evil in this world. I hate it all.
Then... are you really going to give up now? If you give up, the evil wins. ... Miyuki, isn't there something you should be doing for your brother? Think about it.
Yeah, you're right, Tama. Thanks for reminding me of my promise to him. I'll become a hero of justice. That's why I decided to carry on his dream and be a police officer. If I fall into the bottom, I just need to crawl my way back up. I can't let it get to me now.
Yeah, don't become a basic walking cop. Why I became a sinker?
The reason I became a sinker at Abyss was so I could encounter the more vicious criminals. The foul, immoral kind that evade the law. Sinkers dig deep into their hearts and make them pay. That's my idea of a hero. I lost something of mine in order to become a sinker. One of my eyes. I had to extract my eye to become a sinker.
So you could transplant an AI ball. Me.
The surgery was last summer. right after I was assigned to Abyss.
Yes, so you and I have known each other for about half a year now.
I've lost many things along the way, but thanks to you going into my left eye, I feel like a lot of that emptiness has been filled.
Ryuki.
Tama, as long as you're with me, I can keep going. No, I have to keep going. For my brother, I'm going to catch the HB killer.
Yeah.
Alright, no, I'm sorry. You've been demoted to officer.
Then it's time to pull myself together and get back to the investigation.
I need to take that eye out of yours again. Sorry. Those are the rules. We're checking that futuristic AI eye from you. Sorry. Instead, you get a basic glass eye. Basic fig eye. Here you go. Got that eye pulled out. Oh, that was a few. That's a few that we played. That was Dead Space. The first Judgment game. Resident Evil 4 remake. They were like, what the fuck? You owe me an eye now. What game was that? Yeah, I think it was Dead Space because it had the whole eye. You pull out your eye. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it is Dead Space that we played last year in October. Dead Space 2, specifically. Towards the end of the game, where you have to do eye surgery on yourself. Hey, I just gotta pull out my one eye. Don't mind me.
So, got any new intel?
What?
I'm sorry.
Monk, what?
Do you have any new information for me, please, ma'am?
Oh my god. Alright, you could say that was an eye-opening experience. The master comedian. Master comedian boss. Strikes again. What? How are you dying of cringe? No. How are you falling over from your own comedian joke? Died of his own joke. He knocked himself out, yeah. Knocked himself out with his own joke. It was too much to handle. The ultimate pun. KO'd himself. Worth it. Worth it just to tell the joke or the pun.
Yes, I do. I looked into Chikara Horidori some more and came across something fishy. Also, I found something interesting about Shoma.
What is it that bothers you about Shoma?
The location indicated in the hidden message in Bats 490 was a research institute. That's what Shoma said, right?
Yeah.
But it actually wasn't Horidori Institute. I read through a ton of speculation threads online, and none of them mentioned Horidori Institute.
Then where was it, really?
I don't know. All I know for sure is it wasn't Horidori Institute.
Then that means Shoma lied. I have to talk to him. Where's Shoma now?
I don't know. It looks like he turned his smartphone off. But we do have a lead. Remember what Komeiji said?
Yes, he really loves this Ferris wheel too. He's almost in middle school and he still comes here by himself all the time.
Ferris wheel? The one on the rooftop amusement park at Misaton.
Wasn't that last time? About Chikara.
Chikara was doing some dubious research in the past.
His current research is pretty dubious too. Rewriting DNA to achieve immortality.
It was even more questionable than that. Rumors say there were even human experiments involved.
Human experiment?
Anyway, word moves fast, and the research institute was temporarily shut down. This happened 9 years ago. During that time, Chikara went missing for a bit to avoid being investigated.
But what about the current institute?
It was reopened after things had settled down. Of course, that required a massive amount of funds, which was provided by Riichi Chieda. Kizuna Chieda's father.
Oh. Who's Riichi Chieda?
Riichi Chieda is an extremely wealthy investor. He's rich enough to be on the list of the world's most wealthy people. He's involved in a wide range of business ventures and holds many different titles. Investor, philanthropist, the founder of the Chieda Foundation, a university professor emeritus, and national goodwill ambassador. And after all that, he also became the chairman of the Social Welfare Corporation.
We investing?
Iowan?
It's an orphanage.
Stocks?
See,
Question
that's where
mark?
he is now.
Well. Who's
Wait.
calling?
Before we go, you have a call from Iris.
Iris?
Oh, Ryuki? There's something I wanted to tell you about the case.
What is it?
Well, I'm sorry. Recording is about to start, so I can't really get into it right now. Would you be able to visit Lemniscate later?
Lemniscate, the talent agency Iris belongs to. The building also has a small recording studio.
All right, I'll see you there later.
Okay, thank you.
Our destinations are decided for now, but...
Iowan, Nisatan, and the third is Lemniscate.
There's one more place I'd like to go. Marble in Golden Yokocho.
Ah, Mama the informant.
Mama!
You suspect she might know something.
That's right.
Then let's get going.
Yeah.
He is in the scheme after all. Can we go to Mama first? That just broke the whole game. The map. Oh my god, that he's here. And she's here.
Oh, Ryuki, honey, welcome. It's been so long.
Sorry, Mama, but I'm not here as a customer today. I was wondering if you knew anything about the case.
Do you mean the HB case?
Yeah.
I was Yoda Marvelous, wasn't an informant. See parts of society together in models and actually prepared to inform circulates here. That's why we police come here sometimes. Get information from Mama.
Are here.
But they're acting strange. They're both quiet, turned away from each other.
Oh shit. Jumped your passport, boss. Hey. Foxy was there to pick her pick her right back up. Returning boss's passport. Did I say boss? I think it said. I think it's a boss, right? I'm getting tired, but I appreciate it, Boxy. Appreciate it. Renewing boss's passport, giving it back to him after he dropped it on the ground. Appreciate it, my good sir.
Ryuki, want to see a video of naked men hugging each other in the dirt?
Oh, yes, please.
It's just a sumo video.
JP. Anyone can become a necromancer. What? Wait, what? You count all my bottles, but nothing happens. What a waste of time. Please. Please. Yeah, oh my god, you. Oh, you really want to see that video? A naked men hugging, what was it, in the sand? Oh, in the dirt. Really approve, yes, please. Show us, turn that TV on, let's go.
Ryuki, you ever do stuff on a bar counter before?
Like what?
You know, something that starts with S.
I don't think so.
What?
Really? Well, I've served customers here before.
Wow.
Oh my god. They played Sudoku on the bar counter. What's that class?
Entrance exam pajama paradance.
It's a movie about crashing an entrance exam in pajamas and doing the para dance.
What? Are you upset? Crystal balls. Crystal balls.
Is that a crystal ball?
Yes, these are my big milky balls.
Milky.
What?
Balls?
Oh, but I started telling fortunes as a side business, and believe it or not, I actually gained the ability to hear them. Voices from other dimensions.
What the voices?
Other dimensions?
Yes. One day, I was suddenly gifted with the power. I suppose it's more accurate to call it a seance than fortune-telling.
They both sound pretty fishy.
You're just going to pretend you're hearing voices, aren't you?
No, I'm completely serious. I mean, I don't even remember what happens while hearing the voices. Oh, why don't we give it a try? I could ask about the HB case. You might believe me if you see it in person.
No, it's okay.
No need to be so
What? Why not?
modest. It'll be free of charge.
No, but hold on. Are you upset? Forest Ninth.
Huh? Where?
What happened? Excuse me. And he's facing away. There's tension in the air. About Mama.
I've been wondering this for a long time. Who are you really, Mama?
Me? I'm just your ordinary, everyday homoerotic connoisseur.
Yeah, what happened to him? I don't know. I don't know what happened to Jen. Maybe they closed the gym or something. I don't know. Maybe the gym closed for the day. I don't know why he's angry. Annoyed. Exactly. The gym closed early today. It's Friday the 13th. He couldn't make it that time. Couldn't get his daily workout routine in. Poor Jen. Are you upset? What happened? Well. Ah, sumo wrestler.
Who are you calling a sumo wrestler?
I didn't mean you. Really disapprove, exactly. Well, you don't make it in time to the gym. Exactly that. Then you just gotta improvise a little. Go lift all the cars in the parking lot. Go rearrange them a little bit. Get a little workout out from that. Gotta improvise a bit. About the case.
Well, here's what I know.
Ask Mama what she knows about the case. Hey, just like that. But then with a cat.
I'm sorry I couldn't help you this time.
Above you.
No, it's fine. Just typical detective work. Gotta earn my pay.
Ask her to perform the seance.
Then let me ask the Milky Balls.
Can you stop calling them that?
Oh, Oh, great set of balls. Who is the most beautiful in all the land? That is Mama, of course.
Mama.
Oh, my. You
Seems
flatterer.
legit that they work.
That's not even what I wanted to ask.
And the answer is completely wrong.
He's a weird man.
That was just a joke.
Oh.
I figured.
Ahem. Now, let's try this for
That
real.
for real.
Oh, great set of milky white balls. I need you to give me some clues for an investigation. One after another, victims have been torn in half in these half-body murders. Where can we find the key to exposing the culprit?
Monka.
Face. A hidden face. The true face.
Mama, you okay?
As yet unrevealed to all. That is where the answer is hidden.
Huh?
Wow, that sure helped
Did
a
I
lot.
just say something?
You basically just said his identity is hidden. Oh, this is the least weird thing I've seen in this game so far. Yeah, Mama getting possessed, performing a seance, yeah. Honestly, yeah, the most normal thing so far, I'd say. Compared to all the other crazy people trip thing from earlier. And yesterday as well.
I told you, I black out during these seances. Don't remember a thing.
My Tumaguchi. What cliche line do you want to say? I've got good and bad news. I'm getting married after the war. Only a shadow of myself. See you in hell. What? Only a shadow of myself. Saying that is my shadow. Saying that is my shadow. What? Why does that? What? How did that make him more brave? I wanted him to become more impish, whatever that means. I thought the brave one would be the see you in hell. I guess maybe that would have been the crazy one. Damn it. But the hidden face.
Let's see. The first thing that comes to mind is...
Gen's face hidden under his mask.
Oh?
But he's sensitive about it. It's not something I can just ask.
Yeah, and it's hard to say if this is really related to the case or not.
The only other thing I can think of is... Ah! Jin Furaway.
Huh?
What?
It might also apply to Jin.
But Jin's face is well known.
Yeah, it's not like he hides it.
It's true that photos of his face have been all over the place, but he's never actually gone out in public in person.
Not even once?
Not even once.
It's not because he's shy, is it?
If that were the case, his photos wouldn't be out there either. I've heard he's an extreme narcissist. He circulates all the pictures himself.
Exactly. Going outside. I think he was a baller going outside when he's like a quadrillionaire. No, man. At that point, just stay inside. Probably just stays inside and plays video games. No need to go outside. Outside world. Feels weird, man.
Well, the thing is, they had a bit of a differing of opinion.
What do you mean?
No, Mama. The problem is Genny's total lack of common sense.
My lack of common sense? Are you sure you're not talking about yourself?
Whoa.
You sound like a stupid person right now.
What? You're the
What
one who sounds
happened?
stupid. You probably couldn't even beat the first question of the All-American Ultra Quiz.
Wait. What is this argument even about?
Well, we're having a disagreement.
All right, you jerk. Why don't we get a neutral third party and ask them?
That's what happened.
So we came to Marble to get Mama's opinion, and that's where we're at.
But when I gave my input, it only
Going
made things more
outside.
complicated.
Man, exactly.
I know. Now that Ryuki's here, let's see what he thinks.
Yeah, then we'll know for sure who's right. So, question time.
Oh god.
Huh?
What's the name of the island where the Statue of Liberty in New York is located?
Do I have to punch it in? What's the name of the island the Statue of Liberty is located? Liberty Island, right?
What? Even you think that, Ryuki? The answer is Ellis Island.
What?
What
Hold
is
on.
it?
That's ridiculous.
Can someone fact
Can't
check?
be.
Is that right?
The
Is that right?
Statue of Liberty is definitely on Liberty Island.
Someone fact check.
It's true that the Statue of Liberty is on Ellis Island. I mean, there's no such thing as Liberty Island anyway.
What?
What? That's
Exactly.
not true.
So you're in agreement with me? There's definitely something wrong
Yeah.
here.
Hey, what do you think, Tama?
Of course it's Ellis Island. This is common knowledge.
What? Is it actually? What is this?
Look, I just looked it up online. Now do you see?
Oh my god.
The Statue of Liberty is located
I don't
on
know
Ellis
that.
Island.
I didn't know that. What a jibast of a question.
Still can't believe this, but it looks like they're right.
I'm sorry, big guy.
See?
Anyway, they've been butting heads about the location of the Statue of Liberty this whole time. But it looks like they finally came to a conclusion.
I see. If you all say so, I must be the one who's wrong. I'm sorry, Amame. I was mistaken.
As long as you understand now, that's good enough for me. Everyone makes mistakes.
I never heard about that before. Ellis Island. I never heard that name before.
Now, I need to get to work soon, so I'm heading out.
I'll stick around for a bit longer.
Okay. See you three later.
Your Google is saying Liberty Island? Wait, now hold on a damn
What
second.
about your restaurant, Gen?
Your Google is saying that's what the Statue of Liberty is? Hold on. Now I gotta see what my Google says. What is this? Okay, let's see here. Where is the Statue of Liberty located? Where is the... I could hit the keyboard. Statue of Liberty. What? Wait, what? Okay, my Google gives me a completely fucking third answer. Wait, what? Wait, France? Wait, okay, hold on a second. I punched in, where is the Statue of Liberty in my Google, right? And then it gives me a location here in Denmark. Then it gives me a location here in Copenhagen. Excuse me? That's why I was laughing, because it gave me a Danish location. Like, what? Huh? Am I missing something here? Why is it giving me a Danish location? The Statue of Liberty was in Denmark all along. What? Oh, see, that just goes to show that I barely go outside, eh? How could I have partially missed the Statue of Liberty out there? What? Excuse me? I wish I could show you this, but no, I can't because it leaks an address. Why is that the first? If I scroll down, then it tells me where the actual Statue of Liberty is, but... Why is that a Danish location? I am so confused by that. What the hell? Well, you heard it here first. Statue of Liberty. Yep, it was in Denmark this whole time. that was unexpected. Anyways, but besides that, yes, my Google says Liberty Island too. What the hell, man? The game is jibasting us. The game is giving us fake intel. It doesn't even put it in here. What the hell?
I closed up shop for the day. I couldn't acquire any ingredients I was satisfied with.
Really? Closed for a reason like that?
It's really important to me. It would be rude to serve mediocre dishes to my customers. I think I'll go to the warehouse district at the harbor after this. I thought I could watch the waves and think up new dishes.
Yes, one does.
What do I do? What in the world should I do?
What? You about what? What if Matsushita Dinner takes your customers?
I'm not worried about that in the slightest. Ota from Matsushita Diner doesn't understand the first thing about the true essence of cooking.
To the warehouse district hub.
Yes, I love that place. I can watch the ocean in silence with no one around. I find it very soothing. For some reason, Date seems to go there often as well.
Date. When we get this, is it this song? About Mr. Date.
I have been very close with Date for some time. He often stops by Brahmin before coming here to drink.
You have?
I trust him. There are only 3 people who weren't afraid of me the first time they saw me. Date, Amame, and Liam.
You know Liam too?
Yes, he's a regular at Brahmin as well. Liam just wandered in one day while Date was there. They hit it off right away and had quite a lively discussion. I joined them after closing up for the day, and the 3 of us drank until morning.
Huh. That's an interesting group. I can't imagine what you 3 would talk about.
Probably porno mags or something.
What are they, teenagers?
Oh, we talked a lot about porno mags.
What the fuck? Well, that settles that. But Mame
and I go way back. There are times when we have arguments over little things, like you saw earlier. We're basically family at this point. So if anything ever happened to her, I would do everything I could to help. I believe that I have to protect her, no matter what.
About your mask?
Putting Date, Amame, and Lian aside, my appearance makes most people uncomfortable. But if I didn't wear this mask, I would scare them even more.
If I recall, your face has a congenital condition.
Yes. Would you like to see?
Sure.
What? My face.
No, you don't have to if you don't want to. Not that I'm trying to avoid it or anything.
Said that, but to be honest, a part of me wanted to see. Not out of curiosity, but because of Mama's words from earlier.
Face. A hidden face. The true face, as yet unrevealed to all. That is where the answer is hidden.
X-ray. Does he even have a face?
I don't believe it.
He does. What's that behind him? I could clearly see Jen's skull. It seemed like the answer to solving the keys was hidden there. Oh, it's a lamp behind him.
No point in staying here much longer.
Yes, let's move on.
Well, then, Mama, I'll be going now.
Very well. Please take care.
Stop by to get a break from work every once in a while.
I see it. Yeah, that's actually what I was thinking. I mean, I would believe it at this point. He has a lamp inside his head. I'd believe it. But no, it was just behind him. Do you think it's wonderful? Wait, don't you think it's wonderful you're talking about it? Talking about what?
Worried about health?
No.
Yes. Worried about money?
No.
Yes. Worried about work?
I'm unemployed. Yeah.
What did you say?
Oh.
Worried about money?
Yes. That too.
Talking about business.
My financing shorted out.
I know you're working hard. How about you talk to Richie Chieda? If you have the ambition, he might lend you the money.
Wow, thanks.
I hope something good comes out of all this.
Yes. Though, I could teach you something that feels good.
Oh, what's that supposed to mean? There's some music in the background. Mama. Dislikes who customers who puke in the bar. Skills, guessing how big a guy is. Lovingly polishing those crystal balls.
Specialty socks. No double dipping. Huh.
What? The garden. The Ferris wheel plays in London skate. Alright. Well, either way, I think that might be what we'll call it for tonight. 4 in the morning, and it's been a good 7 hours. I'm pretty tired. Yeah, probably a place to end it for today. At the bar here. We're nice and safe with Mama and the unit. Yeah, good spot to end that for tonight. Good progress too. Good progress that we made today. Next time we play it, we gotta go to those other locations. But that's it for tonight. But yes.